the show. Hey, reach up there and pull those belts tight. One more time, you're watching the original Rebels Racing League.
I am pumped. I'd rather be racing. I would have rather won a race and been in it, but this is the next best thing. Yeah, 46 laps on fuel. I'm not sure that the tires will like that much, but yeah. Yeah, and being an all-star race, not all-star race with non-points. Yeah, if they got a chance to go 5 wide, they'll do it. I tried to talk them into doing a 3x3 start, 3 wide on the start, like Indy style, but they said no.
That would have been awesome, and I just realized that my microphone was not on the entire time. So, well, just want to say thank you again for joining us here on Intensity Broadcasting. My name is Josh All. We got Josh and Sam Wetstein up in the booth tonight. And this is going to be a little different format than you're used to. We got 3 heat races to set the field, and then a 133 lap race with 5 sets of tires in the pits, 1 reset, and this is going to be a barn burner for sure. We got all the past winners. Let's see who's in the field here tonight. And on screen you can see exactly who has won a race, and Daniel Cunningham sneaking in last night with the Losers Lounge win, and Chuck Phelps getting the All-Star vote, which is not really surprising, but great to see.
Yeah, Chuck is a league favorite, and we were discussing that the other night, that if Chuck didn't win the race, he was probably a lock-in to get the fan vote.
And not just is he a league favorite, but he's a fan favorite as well. We always have a lot of support for Chuck in our broadcast, in the chat, and if you're watching right now, don't forget we can see the chat as well. Drop a like, leave a comment, subscribe if you haven't already. We love to hear from you. We like to interact during the race here. As we see Daniel Cunningham on track right now, and he's rocking that kind of throwback to the Mac Tonight car with its own little twist here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was off turning down race chat because I was hearing the drivers' meeting and barely hear you.
But yeah, we got I say Daniel Cunningham. You know me, I like my paint jobs, and he's got the little Rowdy Energy paint job there, but it looks like the old Mac Tonight car. So well, that's pretty neat to see that little mashup there.
Yeah, the way as popular as Kyle Busch is in this league, that car would probably get wrecked early.
I can imagine. That's a lot of leagues for sure. And actually, our own Dave Wright is a big Kyle Busch fan, and we were giving him hell the whole time we were out at Watkins Glen. So I can imagine the love that he has in this group as well.
I'm surprised the psychiatrists aren't knocking down my door there at the beginning of the race, me talking to myself.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't say anything, but it happens.
That's funny.
If that's the worst thing that happens tonight, technology-wise, we'll be all right. See, Josh Oswald out on track, running that new Thunderstruck logo on his car.
Oh yeah, that is a kick. That's a really, really cool logo that he's made up for the Thunderstruck Super Series, which, by the way, runs on Wednesdays and Thursday nights. And if you like tour mods and super late models, short track racing, we have a lot of fun with that. And Atlee actually broadcasts our super late model on Thursday nights. So.
Yes, he does. Oh, the background music is still playing.
Oh, hey, sounds good.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate you letting me know. Mike was letting us know actually on the Discord, so I appreciate it.
I appreciate you letting me come up in the booth with you tonight. I haven't broadcasted since Zach got out of broadcasting. Of course, if everybody watching watches Intensity broadcast, they know Zach Wetstein. That's my son, and me and him used to broadcast together on Saturday nights. And we haven't done it in a while, so I might be a little rusty tonight. But
it's all right. I'm really rusty tonight with leaving the background music on and not having my microphone on, as we got about a minute left before we start our first heat race. There will be no qualifying tonight. It's going to go straight into the heats to set our field here for the 133 lap main event.
yeah, it'll be a straw draw, so nobody knows who they're racing with, what heat they're in yet until everything gets started here. And the winner of Heat 1 will start on the pole. The winner of Heat 2 gets the outside pole. The winner of Heat 3 starts third. And then they just start filling them in alternately with, starting with fourth place, would be the second place finisher from the first heat and on down the line.
So, and as I was mentioning, with my music on and my mic muted before, this track, Auto Club Speedway, is a great track for an exciting race. It's a bumpy track. It's a worn-out surface. There's not a lot of grip. When we take a look at our weather, I'm sure this track is going to be hot and slick, because that's how these guys like it.
70-degree track right now.
70-degree track, so actually a little bit cooler than we normally see. We see that right there. And 65-degree air temperature, a little bit of humidity. That's going to cause these cars to have a little bit of slowdown as well, as we're getting ready for our first heat race.
It is interesting that it's 4:45 in the sim time, so I believe by the time we get about halfway through our feature race, we're going to be transitioning into night.
Take a look at our first heat grid here, and we've got the 13 of Garrett Kinder. Outside of him, the 74 of Jeremy Barol. Row 2 is going to see the 27 of Steve Loving and Josh Lokenvitz in the 79. Patrick Drabick in the 07 rolling off 5th with Tyler Rice in 6th. Jonah Colbert 7th. Charles Stevens 8th. Jeff Paisley in the 7. He'll be rolling off 9th. And Eddie Smith, one to watch here on the tail end of the field. And we know Eddie wins just about everything that he sets his sights on or gets his jumps into. So we'll have to see what Eddie does here tonight in this first heat race.
Oh, Garrett Kinder's going to take some heat for being sitting on the pole, but it is a random draw, kids. And just because Garrett put the race together doesn't mean he put himself in first.
Also, I know Kevin Kinder is probably watching. I know he likes to see his Kinder Farm and Ranch Wreckage Rewind. Due to popular demand, we will not be having the Kinder Farm and Ranch Wreckage Rewind. I will bring up Kinder Farm and Ranch, though, as they do sponsor our Wreckage Rewind, and they do sponsor the league, and we thank you for that. But we got a special treat. I know some of you have seen it before, but I've been asked to use it for the entire All-Star race tonight. So,
Oh boy, I can't wait. I am basically here tonight to keep you company and to make fun of the guys that I race with normally. So
that's for sure. And, we had a lot of chat in the ladies' race tonight with some of these guys, so it's I'm sure we'll get some trash talking in the chat again tonight. But pace car takes that hard left-hand turn onto pit road. Garrett Kinder leads him down to the starting zone. Green flag is in the air. We are racing here at Auto Club Speedway. And already we see Steve Loving using a little bit of a side draft on Jeremy Barol, trying to get himself up into the second position. He's going to move himself clear of that 74 machine. Jeremy looks like he's struggling a little bit. Oh, already got one around. It's Patrick Drabick falling all the way to the tail end of the field here after getting a little loose there off the corner. As we come off of turn number 4 for the first time, Garrett Kinder leading, but you can see they were 3 wide and fanning out behind him.
Yeah, Jeremy Barol came up on Steve Loving and just used that draft to, I hate to use the Talladega Nights thing, but he slingshot engaged.
For sure, and we'll see that slingshot being engaged, a little shake and bake action here through the race as well, as these guys are definitely using each other to get some big runs. And Steve Loving falling back right now, but it's early yet. Here comes a big move down to the inside for Charles Stevens Jr., trying to get one away from Josh Lokenvitz.
Now I'm thinking last lap, you don't want to be in the lead. I think probably second, maybe even third would be more preferable than being in the lead when it comes down to the last lap, because you're a sitting duck for guys to draft around you.
You're seeing it right now as Jerry Barol was just trying to take the lead from Garrett Kinder, and then the whole field just got lined up in the high line and drove right on by. And you're seeing these guys really fanning out through the corners. But down the straightaways, they're trying to be right in line, but everybody kind of running a different line through the corners. As we got a battle for the lead between Jonah Colbert and Garrett Kinder.
I was talking with Zach during practice, and he said at turn 3 there, that sunlight off of the asphalt was really blinding, so we might want to keep an eye on that when they come through turn 3. You may not be able to see where you're racing.
For sure, as we've got Jonah now really trying to get that bottom lane working, almost down onto the apron to try to get a run, and they're still side by side. Now he's got a little bit of help coming from Lokenvitz. Lokenvitz, super speedway master, we know that. trying to give the big push to the 31, but he's going to dump him and go back up into that high lane.
I think Garrett seems to be moving his line around to keep. Oh, we have a wreck.
Oh.
Lokovitz, Jeremy Baralt. I think we're going to stay green.
Oh, Steve Loving still trying to get that thing straightened out. Yellow flag is out. And that's going to bring up our first, what's normally a Kinder Farm and Ranch Wreckage Rewind.
Oh boy, here we go.
Tonight, we got the Griff Dozer.
The Griff Dozer. Oh, and I love how you got Griff in the driver's seat. That's awesome.
Is that the first time you've seen this?
I believe it is. I normally watch the replays. Oh, I say watch. In the mornings in my truck while I'm driving. So yeah, 80,000 pounds going down the highway, and I'm watching races on intensity. So
yeah. Oh man, Lokovich just kind of came right up into the side of Steve Loving, and Loving just nowheres he could go. Ended up just being a victim. We'll rewind and check that again because we kind of caught it mid pack there as we see it was actually 3 wide between Lokovich and Baralt and Loving, and looks like Baralt kind of came up just a little bit into Lokovich, which shoved him up into the 27.
Looked like a reaction from Lokovich to try to stay away from Jeremy Baralt, and he just turned right up into Loving.
Yep. Oh, and then catches that tire barrier at the inside wall to the pits, and a lot of damage to that machine.
Yeah, too bad he couldn't have just landed in his pit and just got service while he was there.
Oh, for sure.
Hey, if you're going to get a black flag for going into pits, you might as well
Patrick
get
Drabbit.
service.
Patrick Drabbit doing a great job to miss that as it happened right in front of him. So Garrett Kinder continues the lead here. He's got Charles Stevens Jr. Going to start with him. And I know we've been experimenting with it in the Xfinity Series. Are these guys using the choose rule tonight?
Yes, they will be using the choose for the leader.
So just the leader tonight. So
yeah, it was discussed about doing the choose for the field, but it got shot down.
Well,
it can get a little confusing. That's something that needs worked on. That's what would have been a good race to try it out on, I believe.
For sure. So your top 5 staving out: Jeremy Baralt, Steve Loving, Jonah Kober, Jeff Paisley, Josh Lokovitz, all coming down pit road to get service done. Lokovitz is going to use his reset here that he has in this heat race and get his service done to get back out on track.
You know, with 10 cars on the track, it's a great move. You're in the back. Let's go get some freshies and see what that does for us.
Real quick, while we're under yellow, let's take a look at our chat here. We got Paul Passons. He says he's watching. Tom Shelton says, good luck, David. Kevin Kinder gives us a thumbs up. Ratchet Miller says, let's go 13, get her done. Jacob Elligson says, let's go Goat Locker boys. Pat and Jamie drop that hammer. Big Bacon Media says, good luck, y'all. And Jacob Ellison says, well, that's one way to get to your pit stall. Yeah. Fortunately, not the way you want to get to your pit stall. I was really reminiscent of the wreck that Mark Martin had here, where he caught that inside wall and it ruptured the oil tank that was right behind the driver's seat. That could have been have been deadly, the way that car got pierced by the wall, but fortunately able to walk away from that one, as Mark Martin is definitely one of the legends of NASCAR.
Yeah, imagine that. You have a Mark Martin story for this track. I hear you like Mark Martin a little bit.
He was not, well, I was a big fan of his paint jobs through the years.
Oh, okay.
I was always a Rusty Wallace fan. And
yeah.
But Mark Martin was always one of those drivers that you had a lot of respect for growing.
Oh yeah.
I grew up. I started watching racing in the early '90s, so that's when you had, Dale Senior, Rusty Wallace. You had Mark Martin. You had Rick Mast, Harry Gant. I mean,
yeah.
Just
Harry.
Just a little before Jeff Gordon. Before I was a Rusty Wallace fan, I was actually an Alan Kowicki fan. So,
I was a Bill Elliott fan until Jeff got into the league. But everybody was a Bill Elliott fan.
Just like Chase. Everybody has a lot of respect for Chase. I enjoy watching Chase win. If he wins, oh well, I'm not mad about it, you know.
I actually met Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon at the Brickyard tire test the year before the first Brickyard race. They were out there testing tires, and they were along the garage fence talking to fans and signing autographs.
That's pretty sweet.
Oh, it was awesome.
Well, here we go. We're re-racked, restacked, getting ready to refire here as we work off at turn number 4. Pace car's getting ready to take that hard left-hand turn onto pit road. Garrett Kinder's going to lead him back down to the restart zone. Green flag is back in the air. We're back racing here in our first of 3 heats.
Good jump by Garrett. And like Steve Loving dropping in behind Charles Stevens right off the bat. And he's going to push Stevens up and use him to get to Kinder.
Yeah, you see
Charles
Eddie,
disappears.
and Eddie Smith started tail end of the field all the way up into that second position. And I said he was going to be one to watch here in this heat.
While Charles is not coming back, I don't believe.
As they work the
That's unfortunate.
as they work the high side here. And this is going to be the first change of the lead tonight as Eddie Smith moves his way into the lead. Here comes Jonah Colbert trying to push his way up into the second position around Garrett Kinder as they come off of turn number 2. Kinder, though, fighting back on that inside lane.
I got to remember to look at my standings list. I called Eddie Smith Steve Loving.
I saw that, but I wasn't going to correct you there. As Steve Loving, though, has moved himself up into the 4th position after that issue that he had a few laps ago. And we see Jonah Colbert all the way down onto the apron, trying to get back around Eddie Smith. And there's a big bump down there that if you hit that, you can get your car way out of shape.
Yeah. There's several around here. I took a little test drive during practice, and kind of my wheel was like, did not like it at all. It was all over the place with all the bumps.
Yeah, you can see how bumpy this track is as they go down the backstretch. And I think the backstretch would be the worst of the bumps here. And you actually see cars get loose on the backstretch on older tires just from driving straight.
And Jonah Colbert was one of the guys that pit, so he started at least in 6th spot and has already moved up into the lead with those freshies.
Yeah, a 6-lap difference in tires, and they're already showing that those tires do make a big difference here, as we saw Garrett Kinder get a little loose off it too. Able to hold on to it though. And everybody's trying to get a good enough finish here to get themselves and keep themselves up front for the main event. As Steve Loving now moves up into the 3rd position with fresh tires.
Well, I think after that, if we have another caution, I believe we're going to see everybody come down for tires. I don't know how many tires they get in the heat though.
Not really sure either, as I don't run a lot of heat races with that could have pit stops. But the interesting thing is these guys are kind of the test dummies, if you will, for this. As you see Steve Loving going backwards right now with a little bit of a side draft. All these drivers that are in the 2nd and 3rd heat are watching this right now.
Oh, yeah.
And they're seeing that these fresh tires can definitely make a big difference. As Patrick Drabick, Tyler Rice, Jeremy Burrell, it's just Drabick and Tyler Rice. They're a bit back off the field, almost 2 seconds back. Kind of lost the draft, if you will, and they're not going to be able to improve their finishing positions from back here unless they get a yellow.
Yeah, they unless they did not come down and get total repairs done, maybe they saved their fast repair and just got some optionals done, hoping to get another caution to come in and get it fixed. They know they're in the feature. There comes a point in a heat race where you just got to go, okay, I'm in the feature. I'm just going to ride around.
Yeah, everybody will be transferring. It's not like anybody's going to be going home in these heat races. This is just a different way to qualify, almost like the duels, if you will. Only instead of duels, we got 3 races. It's now We're seeing the cars starting to fan out just a little bit. They come off of turn number 2, and Jonah Colbert's starting to stretch his lead a little bit.
Yeah, we are halfway through our first of 3 heats and a 133 lap feature. So grab some popcorn, kids.
For sure. It's going to be a long one, but it's going to be an enjoyable one here as Steve Loving now trying to force it 3 wide down the front stretch. Paisley to his inside, and Baralt sneaking through ahead of him now as they go into turn number 1. And again, that's one thing I love about this track, all the different lines that you see through the corner. Yet once they get down the straightaways, they're trying to be as in line as they can be, as we got Jonah Colbert continuing to lead. Garrett Kinder, though, trying to take that second position back away from Eddie Smith.
I'm surprised we're not seeing as big effect on the draft after some laps on these tires. We're not.
Kinder was up into the wall. Lokovitz caught the wall as well. So Kinder now with a little bit of damage to the right side of that car. It'll be tough for him to continue on now, because that could be a lot of damage just brushing the wall here in these cars.
Some side drafting going on there.
That was a little more than side drafting. That was 2 cars leaning on each other. That was a 27 of Steve Loving and the 7 of Paisley. Here comes Jeremy Baralt down to the inside, trying to move himself ahead. Now they're 3 wide with Kinder. Kinder, since he smacked the wall, we're really starting to see him starting to fall back.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, these Cup cars, even at super speedways, don't draft very well. So maybe we're having a limited effect on that draft because John Colbert is just checking out. You would think these guys running in a pack like this would at least be able to stay up with him, but that is not the case.
Well, they're really not running in a pack, though, because they're racing each other pretty hard. Steve Loving giving the bump draft down the backstretch and dive bombing now into turn 3 to try to get around Eddie Smith. And they're going to be side by side off of turn number 4 and down the front stretch. Garrett Kinder, though, actually making that car work. I think as long as he's behind somebody, that damage isn't really going to have as much of an effect as if he was out leading.
Boy, he paid a big price for trying that low line, too. He just lost 4 spots.
And also, I think it might also be the number of cars here. We only have, 6 cars in this this little group here. And yeah, Jonah's pulling away, but he doesn't have to worry about someone trying to take his inside lane or trying to take his lane away. He's able to run whatever lane he wants.
Oh, yeah.
And you can see that clean air is definitely making a difference.
Well, I think Kinder and Eddie Smith there, they've seemed to have been kind of hooked up. I would have thought maybe the 2 of them could do a little something to get up there, but it doesn't seem that they're closing in. I mean, it's a 1 second lead, and it's been consistently that for the last few laps.
Kinder now looking down to the inside of Eddie Smith. He's going to get a little help here from Jeff Paisley. Paisley tucks back in, though, behind Eddie Smith now as they go into turn number 3. And Kinder is going to be able to clear Eddie. A little slide job there up in front of Eddie. And here comes Eddie with the crossover. Now he's looking down to the inside.
Yeah, things getting a little racy here with 9 to go. My bad.
10 laps to go here.
Okay,
At Auto Club Speedway, and Jonah Colbert now with just over a second lead, but we're starting to see some side-by-side racing up here. Eddie Smith is going to get back by, no, Garrett Kinder's going to get the big run on the high side. And now Eddie Smith's going to go backwards.
I think that high line, at least mid to high line is a racing line around here when you're trying to get around people. I've seen Jonah Colbert up there just playing with whatever line he feels like going at the time. Because he will get down low, but it seems like back here the high line is the place to be to maintain your position anyway. I mean, Garrett, he likes to do tank slapping, so he'll run that wall all the way around.
Yeah, you're starting to see that whole field moving up to that high side. That's something you normally see at a track like California, but you can see with this view right here just how bumpy that track really is. And Sam, I know you said you went out and did some testing. Oh, Steve Loving catches the wall just a little bit. As the tires wear off, does that high lane start to become a little more prominent? Does that low lane start to get a little either pushy or really loose down there?
It gets really pushy down there when you go down low. The problem with old tires that I found running that high line was it's too fast, but you got to watch out mainly because of the bumps and the old tires, and before you know it, you've hit the wall. The only good thing about it is you're already close to the wall, so you don't hit it very hard.
Yeah, just like Richard Petty and Harry Gant used to say, you know, the closer you are to the wall, the less time you have to go up to hit it.
But I do think as the tires get older, you start maybe, I guess, would be diamonding the corner would be what I'm looking at, coming down off the wall to cut through the corner. Because if you stay up there, the car wants to push really hard over to the wall. So you can see Garrett there. He comes down off the wall in the turn. He's not quite diamonding it, but he is getting away from the wall.
We do see Jeff Paisley trying to make a little move here. I don't think he's content running in the third position. He wants to try to get up into that second row.
Yeah, I see Jeff trying to feel it out here. Probably 5 to go. He'll try to make a move, an earnest move, but I think he's kind of feeling it out where he wants to go. I see, knowing Jeff, I see, I see him hitting the wall.
Catching Eddie Smith. Eddie with both of them with a great save. What an incredible save.
Yeah, that really cost Jeff. So, yeah, well, throw all I was thinking out the window. But I was looking at a deep dive down low and a slide job coming off of 4, but I don't think we're going to see that now.
I've seen Steve Lovin really working the wheel here as we take a look, as we ride along here with Loving.
Yeah, once the backstretch, as soon as you come off of 2, it's just like being on the surface of the moon.
As you watch Steve's hands here as he works through the corner, and one thing you never want to have to do is turn the wheel back to the right, and that time he was really, really smooth off the corner. Well, you'll see just how bumpy this track is right here.
Yeah, right there. It doesn't represent well on the TV, but it feels like you're driving through a cheap truck stop parking lot.
You take a look about it. And you're talking about the sun in turn number 3. We'll ride one more lap here with Steve. See if we can see that sun, because we have just 4 laps to go here. Especially if you're running VR, it's that sun can be.
See how glossy the track gets there on the backstretch?
That's for sure.
It's a little less prominent now because the sun's a little lower, but when you come through 3.
There it is. You can see it on the right side of the camera there, and
it's like it's gotten down below the billboards, so that helps. It was above the billboards earlier in practice, and it just shined right in your eyes. And yeah, in VR, it tripled that.
We got 3 laps to go here in this first heat. Jonah Colbert continues to have almost a second and a half lead, and surprisingly, he is working that low line through the corners.
Oh, Jeremy Brault and Eddie Smith get together.
Lokovitz. Eddie Smith is going to be hard to the inside wall. Oh. Very hard contact for Eddie.
He's still running. And no caution.
No caution because he was below the racing surface. As Colbert comes off of turn number 4. We're going to have just 2 laps to go as he crosses the line. And we'll go back and take a look and see what happened there in just a moment.
Yeah, it started with Steve Loving and Eddie Smith with a little contact, and then I believe Lokovitz became involved.
Not just that, but it really just stretched out and spread out the field. As you can see, Kinder's got nobody around him now.
Yeah.
So as Colbert comes off of turn number 4, the white flag for this heat will be in the air. Just one lap to go, so we won't have any more yellows if somebody was to have an issue. Kinder, though, starting to cut into that lead just a little bit.
Yeah, I think Jonah Colbert's really happy to see that white flag come out. He's like, well, I can coast now. Yeah, that's went from a second and a half to 1.2, so.
Yeah, and again, I'm really surprised to see Colbert running that low line here on these older tires, but as he works his way through turns 3 and 4 for the last time in this heat.
I think he had enough of a lead that he was able to, I think he might have been coasting some of those corners, saving those tires.
For sure, as he's going to come across and win our first heat. Garrett Kinder's going to come home second. Steve Loving third, Jeremy Baralt fourth, Jeff Paisley, Josh Lukovitz, Patrick Drabick, Tyler Rice, Eddie Smith, and Charles Stevens will be the...
Charles was able to reconnect, so he'll still be in the feature.
Oh, and because the next heat is already starting, I was not able to go back and see that incident that happened. But let's take a look at our grid for our second heat. That's going to have Chris McLean on pole for this one with Todd Schott rolling off second. Josh the Jet Oswald in third with Kai Shappert in the 43. He'll be in fourth. Mickey Isaac in the 3. He'll be rolling off fifth with Aaron Adcock in the 21. In sixth, your boy Zach Wetstein in the 4. He'll be rolling off seventh with Brandon Wallace 8th, Alex Veith 9th, and Josh Smith rounding out the field. And I have to ask, is Zach running a... nope, he's running an Uno paint job tonight, not a Colts paint job. We know the Colts has been bringing him pretty good luck in the truck series. I figured he would carry that over here to tonight.
I asked him about that, and he said it was an all-star race, so he wanted to bring out an extra special paint. So he's running the Uno paint scheme, and on the white flag lap of the race, he's going to yell out, Uno.
Real quick in the chat, we had Brian Fine said, cool to kick back and watch before race 3. Jacob Ellingson says, wish I could win to be in one of these. Kevin Kinder said, ouch, when he saw Eddie Smith hit the wall. And Ratchet Miller says, man, these fellas hanging it all out. Awesome driving, awesome racing, guys. So we're about to have another one here. And Kai Shappert running a very special paint job. If you didn't see our ladies race that was beforehand, we raised some money for breast cancer research. I left the link in the description below, so if you know anybody who's been affected by breast cancer or just want to help out with research to try to eradicate this awful disease, go ahead, click the link below and donate. Any little bit helps.
Yeah, dig deep. We've all had somebody affected by breast cancer in our lives, I imagine. And we know what the families go through, so let's help get rid of that.
Well, green flag is in the air for the second heat. Chris McLean hits that loud pedal, gets a good jump on Todd Schott. As they go into turn number 1, we see Josh Oswald in that Thunderstruck car trying to work that bottom lane right now. He's looking underneath. We got 3 wide as Schott's going to get shoved out to the high side. Kai Shepard's going to try to get the good run off the corner. There you see McLean trying to break the draft a little bit. It looks like Schott's having a little bit of a connection issue right there.
Yeah, I think we're going to have that at each race. It's been a lot lately. I don't know if it's, you can find any one thing to fix it.
Well, Josh Oswald up into the second position. Brandon Wallace making some moves right now. He's 3 wide on the low side between Kai Shappert, Zach Wetstein.
Yeah, I'd like to be objective. I'd like to say, you know, I'm going to be objective and unbiased, but no, I'm not. Go 4. Got to root for the kid.
And, oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to put in a personal, if Monday night you're not doing anything, come watch me race. We do a Monday night street stock series. We're actually running Legends cars right now, 34 Legends, and I'm leading the points battle. So if I can win that, I'll be in the next All-Star race.
There you go. As we see Zach Wetstein already up to the 4th position.
Oh, he had to back out of it a little bit there because he was going to slide up right into Adcock.
Adcock running that pink car as well for October Breast Cancer Awareness. Todd shot. Oh, almost gets up in the wall. Has to correct it. Almost gets it sideways. In this race, we're not seeing the leader being able to pull away just yet.
Now, this is reminiscent of last race where they kind of stuck together for a little while. But then Jonah Colbert just took off. I'm not sure if we're going to have that happen here, because it looks like they're staying together. I think they got a little more racy in the last race, and you get that separation, and you lose that draft, and one guy can get away. You get a certain distance away, and then you can't get the draft to catch up with them. You got to stick with them, though.
For sure, as we got a little more patience being shown here in this race than we saw earlier, and Mike Veith says, let's go, Alex. Oh, we got Todd blinking out here. While that happened, Aaron Adcock looks down to the bottom. Zach's going to look up to the high side. Here comes Brandon Wallace with a big run down the backstretch as well. He's going to tuck up in front of Shapert.
I saw something there that 3 cars got hooked up, and they were catching up with the leader. And then Todd Shop blanked out, which caused Aaron Adcock to move out of the way, and that killed that run. But it looked like if 3 cars could get nose to tail, they could run up on a guy or run away.
For sure. We're seeing that right now as well as cars get lined up here. They're starting to pull away from the second group already. Kai Shapert starting to fall back just a little bit. And all the way at the back of this pack, we see Josh Oswald and Alex Veith.
Well, Oswald's the big loser out of all that, isn't he?
Yeah,
that is Josh, not Allison. Right?
Yeah, well, I think it's Josh. Yeah, I know Allison. Allison had a good run in the ladies' race tonight, and I didn't know maybe he'd let her fill in tonight in the Cup car. No, he definitely changed the SDK and made sure that it was his information out there tonight. Zach Wetstein's challenging for that second position, and Aaron Adcock almost got up in the wall. He is up in the wall. And he's going to lose a ton of time here as he was just up into the wall, and now he's falling back.
Yeah, but I've been watching Zach last couple of laps. He's running that wall. He's running that high line early. And, of course, now that I've mentioned it, he's going to come down. But I think he's just going to stay in the shadow of Chris McLean here and try to use his draft, pull up on him, stick with him for a while. Knowing Zach, he probably is comfortable in second. Running around with him, save some tires. Zach's king at saving tires, and he won't tell me how to. He tries to tell me how to do it, but I don't listen. Oh, we've got a car sideways.
Guy, sideways yellow flag is out. That's going to bring up our first in this race.
Oh, there we go.
The Griff goes up. See if we can see what happened here to Kai coming off of turn number 2.
It looked like a little 3-wide action going on there.
Yeah, some 3-wide tight racing. Looks like shot may have come down. Yeah, there's just no room there. The 3 cars, they were 3 wide and not a lot of room there. 3 cars kind of occupying the same spot. And Kai ends up being the big loser out of that one.
I'm surprised the caution actually got thrown on that with Kai going down to the inside like that.
Well, we saw it in the first race. Now we're going to have to see who comes down pit road here.
We're going to see who watched the first race. 9 laps in, if they watch the race, they know they want tires.
The field works their way through turns 3 and 4.
The leaders are going to come in. Somebody in the back's going to stay out and give it a shot. Was Zach going to stay out?
Looks like Chris and Zach
The
are
leaders are staying out. Oh, okay. There you go. I think he was going to do whatever Chris did.
Yep, it looks like everybody comes down to pit road. Except for, well, Josh Smith isn't on the track anymore, so everybody comes down on the pit road.
All right, who takes 2 tires? Somebody's going to do it.
I imagine somebody's going to come down and take the 2 tires here.
Well, Zach's getting 4. Looks like Chris is getting 4.
First,
yeah, I don't see anybody with 2.
Yep. Chris is having that number 1 pit stall. Definitely made a difference for him there.
Oh, yeah.
So he's able to get down and away. So they come out basically the same way they came in. Chris McLean out first. Zach Wetstein out second. Brandon Wallace in third. Todd Schott fourth. Aaron Adcock in fifth. Mickey Isaac back in sixth. Josh Oswald, Alex Veith, Kai Shappert in ninth.
Now will McLean opt to take the outside starting position? I don't think it really matters. The high line here, you can get to it. I mean, if you start on the inside, you get a good jump. You'll be able to choose whatever lane you want. But for a topic of conversation, does he choose the outside line?
You know, Zach's a really good restarter, and I think having that high lane to get that good arc into the corner might actually be an important thing at this point of the races. Yeah. You know, I think we might actually see Chris McLean choose the high side as he stays down on the bottom here. The lights turn off on the pace car.
We are 1 to go.
So throw my analytics right out the window.
Well, no, it was a great thought, but Chris hasn't raced around Zach, so he doesn't really know Zach very well. A lot of the guys in this race, some are new, some have been around for a while, but some of these guys don't race around each other on a regular basis. And that experience really counts for a lot in a race when you know somebody that you've raced around week after week. You kind of get to know their tendencies, their strengths, their weaknesses, and how you want to race them. So it's a guessing game for Chris with some of these guys.
Yep, I know everybody in this race except for Chris runs in the Sunday Night Truck Series. Chris runs in the Outlaw Series. So you're right, he doesn't get to run around Zach too often. So
it's interesting to see the two of them hooked up like that, because I believe Chris is pretty powerful in the Outlaws, and we know Zach's won 6 races this season and leading the points in the Rebel Series. So,
well, we're gonna re-rack them, restack them, and refire them here with 20 laps to go. Chris McLean, your leader, he's gonna choose the inside lane. He's got a Brandon Wallace right behind him, and we know Wallace knows how to push good here. So we'll see how Brandon can assist with McLean here as they approach the restart zone. Green flag.
Well, Brandon's nickname's Wallbanger, so let's see how close he gets to the wall.
Yep, green flag back in the air. And a great jump for Zach as he's able to sneak right between Chris and Brandon. Down the backstretch, pretty much single file. Josh Oswald, the only car out of line right now. He's trying to tuck back in line, and he's going to. Zach Wetstein going to look down to the bottom, trying to make these fresh tires work.
With this track and these tires, you got to go get that early.
Has no help, though. He's going to have to tuck back in front of Brandon Wallace. Here comes Aaron Adcock looking to the inside of Wallace, trying to take that third position away. Now he's going to pull almost up alongside of Wetstein, but he's going to have to fall back in line here as they work their ways through turns 1 and 2. Now he is alongside Zach here as they come off of turn number 2, but that high side has the momentum, and we're going to see that a lot tonight. That high side really getting the good momentum off the corner.
Yeah, Chris is definitely going to want to see Aaron and Zach battling side by side, because if they're battling each other, that means he can run away from them.
Yep, here comes Todd Schott, moving himself up into the 4th position. Got around Brandon Wallace. Now he's setting his sights on Aaron Adcock, and we see Chris McLean doing a little bit of the draft break in there, running high, running low, trying to shake those cars in front of him. Or, sorry, those cars behind him.
Got a good run off that inside there for Aaron Adcock.
Yeah, able to move himself up into the 2nd position around Zach. But we're not seeing what we saw in the first race where the leader's really starting to pull away.
No, we're not, and I think it's gonna make for an exciting second half of this race.
A little further back, we see a move being made by Alex Veith, trying to get around Kai here. Alex's girlfriend having a pretty good showing in the ladies' race beforehand.
Zach going back to using that high line, getting a great run off of 2 to get past Aaron Adcock there.
Aaron Adcock, though, trying to pull a little crossover, looking back down to the inside. Through turns 3 and 4, using a little side draft. Getting a good run here down the front stretch. But with no help, I don't think he's going to be able to clear Zach, as he's going to have to tuck back in line behind.
I think the first couple of laps you can make a little hay down low, but Zach, as we see Zach go down low to try to make a move on Chris.
And Aaron Adcock looks like he's going to tuck right in behind Chris McLean here to try to keep them rolling and move Zach to the back.
Oh, these guys like vultures coming up to cut Zach off. So what happens when you... Oh, I guess he thought he was cleared and wasn't.
Good job by these guys to check up to not get into each other. Also, we don't have a lot of cars on track. Once we get 30 cars, 32 cars out on track, the airflow around these machines are going to be much different.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to see a totally different style of racing here. We have just a small number of cars, though. These guys aren't able to get the runs that we're going to see later on in the feature.
So you get run down that backstretch and you get a good momentum and you try to get down low. If you don't pull the pass off, though, if you don't clear that guy and get back up to the wall, that momentum from the high side just pulls him right on by you.
And we're seeing that high side momentum right now as Todd Schott is stuck down on the bottom. And he's having a little bit of a connection issue as well, and he's starting to slide backwards.
I think we saw that in the first race, too. You get a good run down this backstretch. You make a run down low through 3 and 4. And if you get the guy clear, you're great. But if you don't get him clear and you're still low, that outside line's going to freight train you and you're going to lose spots.
Oh, some contact. The 17 of Josh Oswald up into the wall. Todd Schott just pushed up the track right up into Josh Oswald. And Oswald's going to fall all the way back to the tail end of this pack.
Yeah, he lost a little. I think he pushed way up coming off that corner and just barely got into Josh, which sent him into the wall. That could have been a lot worse, though. It was a good job saving it by everybody.
Now our leaders, we have 3 different drivers up at the front here using 3 different lines. We're seeing Chris McLean working that lower lanes. Zach was kind of running more of the middle through 1 and 2. He was right in the tire tracks of the 05 through 3 and 4. We'll see how they fan out here into turn number 1. Aaron's been running that higher lane through turns 1 and 2. We'll see what he does here on this time through. He continues to run that higher lane. Now Zach up to the high side as well, way up there. And McLean still running that bottom, so a lot of different ways to run this track.
He got some great momentum coming off of 2 there to clear Aaron.
Now Aaron all the way down to the bottom here through turns 3 and 4. And he's going to get a good run off the corner here to stay alongside Zach as they come down the front stretch. to come to 10 to go here in this heat race.
Yeah, these are the money laps right here, and I don't think Zach's going to be able to get McLean on the inside. He's going to have to right here. If he could get a good run and get to his quarter panel off the turn, which is what he was trying to do but did not manage, I think that's the only way he's going to get by McLean. Well, McLean's getting a great run going lower. He's getting a really good run off the corner where the other guys aren't. I wonder if going low as the leader with that clean air is different than being behind somebody trying to pass low in a little bit of dirtier air.
Kevin Kinder just said that the tower is fuzzy on his end. I do apologize. It has to do with the heat racing. It'll clear up later on. I do apologize for it. Right now, McLean, Wetstein, and Aaron Adcock are your top three. And even my my ticker across the top is broken right now.
Wow.
As Zach Wetstein's looking down to the inside with a big move. He's going to tuck right back behind, squeeze in between McLean and Adcock. 8 laps to go.
I think Adcock's going to have to stay with Zach and push him. Anybody that's going to make the pass is going to have somebody behind them, I believe.
Well, Adcock now looking down to the inside, trying to take that second position back away. And as we've seen tonight, the leader just starting to get the fresh air and just start to pull away. It seems like only the leader is able to stay down on that low side through the corner. If you're a little further back, it just doesn't look like they're able to keep that car pinched down as well as the leader can in fresh air.
Yeah, I think that has to have something to do with it because we saw Jonah Colbert do that in the first race. He was running about that same line out in the lead with that fresh air to pull away. And Chris McLean is starting to as well. Which made that restart even more important. If you were gonna get the lead, I believe that first 2 laps on the restart was the time to get it.
Oh, when we cross the line this time, we'll have just 6 laps to go here at Auto Club Speedway, with Chris McLean continuing to lead this heat, trying to break Zach's draft, as we saw Zach having to go down to the apron and try to keep a sniff of that draft. And here comes Adcock again, looking down to the low side. And a couple drivers fall into the back. Kind of surprised to see Oswald way back there. Brandon Wallace. Even Mickey Isaac only running back in 5th. Mickey's a driver. Oh, Aaron Adcock comes up, almost gets into the side of Zach, able to hold on to it, both of them. And that allows.
Yeah, and that slowed Aaron down. I think the way Zach was running that wall the last forever laps, I think when Aaron came up, he didn't expect him to be that low.
And Aaron has fallen all the way back into the 5th position. You know, Mickey Isaac now running back in the 4th position. He's one driver we never really talked too much about. I saw Zach blinking there for a second.
Yeah.
Mickey's a driver we really don't talk too much about until the late stages of the race. He always just kind of show up at the end as he's trying to get underneath Todd Schott to try to take away that 3rd position.
That man is sneaky fast.
Not just is he sneaky fast, but he's consistently fast at the end of the run.
Yeah.
You talk about someone who knows how to save some tires. Mickey Isaac is definitely one of those guys.
Yeah, you'll pass him in the beginning of the run, and then 10 laps later, he comes flying by you, and you're like, oh, okay, I get it.
Well, Zach trying to set his sights on the the 05 of Chris McLean. 14 on the timing, 05 on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like Zach lost a little momentum there off the corner. We have just 3 laps to go in this heat race.
Yeah, he tried to run that high line momentum getting out of his draft, and it did not work.
A little further back, Aaron Adcock trying to work around the 43 of Kai Shappert. Kai, after having that big spin earlier in the race, respectively coming back to the 6th position, but he's going to have to give that up. Because Aaron Adcock has proven to be a little faster than him on this longer run. 2 laps to go here as Zach blinks out again. Zach's falling back to almost a half-second back behind Chris now.
Yeah, you get some great internet down there in Florida.
And
I
Kai
keep
now.
telling him that's his price he's paying for moving to Florida.
Kai is able to get back around Aaron to keep that 5th position. So great little battle here shaping up at the end. As McLean comes off of turn number 4, white flag will be in the air. We have just 1 lap to go here in this heat race. Zach's going to have to find 0.3 of a second here in this next lap. As they come off of turn number 2, Zach is running about 3 miles an hour faster right now, but just not able to pull up to McLean here as they come through turns 3 and 4. For the last time, Zach's going to give it one last-ditch effort all the way up against the wall. But McLean is going to come off of turn number 4 and across the line. McLean's going to be your winner of this heat, with Zach Wettstein coming home 2nd, Todd Schott 3rd, Mickey Isaac in 4th, Kai Shappert, Aaron Adcock, Brandon Wallace, Alex Veith, Josh Oswald, and Josh Smith, who didn't start the heat race here. Have to see if he is able to make it to the feature. Now, this is going to be a fun feature right here, or a fun heat right here. Let's take a look at this grid. And starting on the pole, Brian Fine with Joshua Thompson to the outside. Daniel Cunningham and fan favorite Chuck Pegleg Feltz starting in row number 2. Ryan Pendleton and Andy Kurtz in the 3rd row. Magic Mike Uribe and Logan Sturgeon will round out the field. I know Fry Hubbard is registered for the race, but was not able to race tonight. So we'll see just 8 cars in your final heat race tonight.
Yeah, probably not able to make it. And we had several other drivers. I think we had 37 slated to go tonight, and several drivers had last-minute obligations that pulled them out.
So this will be your final heat race, 30-lap heat race, before we do our 133-lap feature. And time-wise, Zach or Sam, this is going to be right along green flag for the heat or for the feature that we'd have for our original Rebels Racing League, anyways.
Yeah, and I thought I was going to get to bed early tonight.
You and I both. A couple of really sharp paint jobs out there. You got Brian Fine with the Fine paint job that looks like the Bush paint job.
Yeah, it is fine.
Yep, I mentioned Cunningham with that throwback to the Mac Tonight car that Bill Elliott made famous. It says Rowdy Energy on it. We got an Ally car out there. And what is Ryan Pendleton have on the hood of his car? Let's see if we can see that real quick. Oops. Oh, it's Peg Leg that's got the heart. It says Ashley Kindler. If you weren't with us here last Friday, not this previous Friday, but the Friday before, the Extreme Xfinity Series was actually dedicated to Ashley Kinder, who just recently beat a battle with leukemia.
That's awesome.
Hence the orange car and her name on the hood. So great thing that we were able to do for her as we're getting ready for this final heat. Green flag is in the air. Brian Fine's going to get a fine jump here off Joshua Thompson to get himself in the lead as they go into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Here comes Daniel Cunningham in that 54, though. Really working that bottom side, trying to take the lead away on the first lap, and he's going to clear him as they come off of turn number 2.
And Daniel raced his way into this race, winning last night's Losers Lounge at Iowa Speedway.
Well, awesome job for him to make his way in. And Chuck Pegleg Feltz, he was your vote in here for the race tonight. A fan favorite for sure. Because he's got the 23 of Ryan Pendleton right behind him.
Chuck Belt's looking like he's making some strong moves to come up here too.
Now we know Chuck's been working real hard. Probably started practicing for this race as soon as he got the announcement that he was in it, and probably did not get off his sim since that announcement was made. So we've got Ryan Pendleton looking down to the bottom of Chuck right now as they come through the quad oval or tri-oval.
Wow, he really, really worked hard to break that draft.
Yes, he did.
I'm wondering if he didn't get a little bump going down that low that forced him to go back up that fast.
I would imagine, as we see, man, Brian Fright really doing everything he can to try to break that draft down the backstretch. Well, Pegleg already up into the 3rd position, and he's working on the back bumper of Joshua Thompson.
David Cunningham dropping back. I think Chuck's going to follow Josh here, and well, maybe get a little indecision on the backstretch, but I think he was going to try to hook up with that 22. The 22, 28. Sorry.
As Josh Thompson almost gets a good run on Brian Fine, not able to get there. Thought there was going to be a little contact between those two, but they keep it going straight here as Pegleg's getting a good push here from Andy Kurtz. Now Pegleg's going to look down to the low side here.
Oh, a little wall tap from Joshua Thompson's going to slow him down.
As they were just 3 wide for a second. Now Pegleg getting the big push here from the 54 of Cunningham. That's going to move Chuck up into the 2nd position, but he wants more. He's going to dive all the way down to the bottom here through turns 3 and 4. Not able to get the run off the corner. He's going to have to tuck in behind. But here comes the 54 of Daniel Cunningham with a good run down this front stretch. He's going to take a look down to the inside as they go into turns 1 and 2.
You don't want to do that too much. I think that's going down that low is burning them tires up early.
Yeah, for sure. As we're seeing that middle and high lane really being the ideal lines as the sun's starting to go down.
Yeah, the track temperature's down to 67 degrees too, so should be pretty grippy out there right now.
Yeah, not just that, you see shadows on most of the track now as Brian Fine again breaks that draft. He's got Andy Kurtz there, but Pegleg making the big move back on the high side.
Three different lanes going there.
As we are 3 wide, almost 3 wide down the backstretch for the lead. They're going to tuck back in line. Pegleg's going to get the big run to keep himself up into the 2nd position. And Chuck's going to look again down to the inside, trying to take over the point.
He really wants that lead. And he's able to get up to the guy's bumper, but that high line giving you a little bit more momentum off, and I think Chuck's going to try to use a little side draft here. It looks like he's going to get him.
as he comes across, or comes into turns 1 and 2, trying to take that lead away. Fans are on their feet as Pegleg
Nice move.
takes the lead, and I'm sure it sounds just like when Dale Jr. took the lead at Talladega. Everybody's on their feet and screaming.
And the crowd goes wild.
Brandon Fine, though, trying to take the lead back.
Way down low.
Yeah, but he's not able to hold on to it down there. Pushes up the track, and that's going to keep the lead in Pegleg's hands here. And now Brian Fine's got a mirror full of Andy Kurtz. And we've seen Kurtz really fast in the Outlaw Series as well.
Ooh.
Oh, some contact.
Dangerous there.
Big.
Andy had some good momentum.
Yeah, big contact between Brian Fine and Andy Kurtz. And that actually, I think, helped Fine get the big run here, try to get around Pegleg again. As Fine's going to work that low side. Pegleg's going to pinch him down, though, off the corner. And Pegleg's doing some good defensive driving right now.
Yeah, he is. And that middle line seems to be kind of fast right now. And getting down low, you're going to get real pushy. And with Chuck running down that low, you're going to have to back off of it a little bit, or you're going to push right up into him.
Yeah, Pegleg's running that first seam, which we know is usually the preferred line here. Although we've seen the preferred line really move around depending on who's where and as the run goes on. Sam,
Yeah, he's getting good, consistent speed off the corner running that line.
For sure. Sam, there's a time here in iRacing where you couldn't even think about running below that first seam here at Auto Club.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the car would just spin itself out. There was just no grip down below that first seam. And now we're able to see cars work all the way down from the apron to the wall as we got a side-by-side battle for the lead. Here comes a third car. We're 3 wide down the backstretch for the lead. Now back down to 2 wide.
Chuck was paying attention to Brian, and Andy Kurtz gets a good run off of the corner on the high side.
But Chuck's able to hook that first seam and really get good momentum off the corner. And it looks like he's going to stay right there alongside Kurtz. Now he's going to have to tuck up in behind, but missed the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, he really needed to move up there.
But fortunately for Chuck, there's a lot of race left.
Yeah, we're not even halfway yet.
Oh, we're not even halfway yet.
Feels like we've done an entire race. We're doing a Sunday night. You're still doing a Sunday night doubleheader.
I sure am. Actually, it feels like I'm going to be doing a triple header tonight.
Oh, yeah. You had the girls' race, too.
Which, that was a phenomenal race. If you weren't around to check that out, go back and watch it. It was a great race for a great cause. April Schmiel coming home with the win. And Jaden Gay coming home second. Young lady doesn't even have her driver's license. She was able to drive up to a second place finish. She said that she was learning how to drive for the first time on the sim. So
That's awesome. Got to give it up for Kai Shepard, who put all of that together, put all the work together to organize it, and got the sponsors and the prize money and organized the entire thing. And that was a great job by Kai. Kai does a lot of great stuff for the league like that. So we like having him around.
Kai also in the Air Force had to step away from racing for a few weeks for training, but we're glad to have him back now, and we thank him for his service and everything he does for this country.
Yeah, he's going to be shipping out to a duty station here for about 6 months at around the first of the year. And although he's not going to be able to take his racing rig with us, he will have a laptop. He'll be able to join us in race comms, and maybe we can get him up in a couple of broadcasts as well.
And that'd be great. As Andy Kurtz is now your leader, got around the 57 of Brian Fine. Fine's actually fallen back to the 4th position. And we're seeing Ryan Pendleton now challenging for the lead. Pendleton gets really loose off of turn number 2, but able to hold on to it. And now we're starting to see these tires wear off, and the drivers become single file yet again. Here comes Fine, looking down to the inside of Cunningham to try to take away that 3rd position.
It looks to me like Fine is using the apron down there in 3 and 4 to help him turn, because he's getting below that white line consistently with those left side tires.
Well, let's watch Fine as he gets down into turn 1 and 2 here.
He's just not able to battle these guys that are running the high line though by running that low line.
So through turns 1 and 2, definitely staying up a little bit off that apron. But we'll see what he does down here in 3 and 4. See if he continues to use that apron to help that car turn, which you can do.
And of course, we're focused in on him, so he's going to stay on the high line.
As we are just past halfway now, 15 laps to go. Make that 14 laps to go.
Ryan Pendleton keeps getting a great run up on Andrew Kurtz, but he just can't find a spot to get past him.
Here's a great view of just how bumpy this track really is. You can see those cars really moving around as they come down the backstretch. And almost like a Daytona or Talladega, the cars down the straightaways all lined up. In the corner, they're spreading out. Oh.
Ryan Pendleton is running so close to the wall, I don't think he can stick a piece of paper between his car and the wall.
Just a great view right here.
Oh, and that time he kind of touched it a little bit.
Yeah, we heard
tank
that.
Flap.
We heard that and saw the sparks on the screen as he came by. Again, it's a great view of just how bumpy this part of the track is right there.
Yeah, he likes to run into the corner, you know, off the wall about a car length, and then let it float up in towards the wall in the middle of the corner, and then come back down off of it, coming off the corner. And I think that take slap has cost him the position. He's lucky it didn't cost him more than that.
Yep. Kevin Kinder in the chat says go peg leg. And I think a lot of people right now are cheering peg leg on. Oh, almost some contact there between the 54 and the 23. And that allows peg leg right up alongside of Ryan Pendleton.
Just could not hold that momentum. You run that low line off of that middle low line when everybody else is running the high line. You need to get back up to the wall when you get back out of the corner. And when you can't do it, you just lose spots.
We got a battle for the lead here as Cunningham was looking down to the inside of Andy Kurtz, but just not able to let that inside work for him.
I think if he tries that again, he's going to lose that spot.
That's for sure. As we ride
like Pendleton has recovered.
Yep. We ride along with Pendleton here. And now you're starting to, we were talking about that sun earlier.
Ooh, look at that. Yeah.
From the driver's eye, that is definitely not what you want to see.
Good Lord, no.
As we'll ride along here with Ryan for just a moment. You hear him really backing out of the throttle early. Getting a great run here. Oh, he has to get out of it to keep from getting into the side of the 54. And there's that sun we were talking about. As the 57 of Brian Fine's now going to get around him. And it is not what you want to see as a driver, that sun blinding you as you come down the backstretch. And iRacing doesn't have the option to run a tinted visor, so You just kind
No,
of
but
you just kind of have to deal with it.
luckily, if you anticipate it, you can turn your sky down on low, and it really minimizes that sun effect.
I'm the hardcore iRacer. I like to have all my settings turned up, and I don't even run a virtual mirror. I only use the in-car mirrors.
Oh, you are hardcore.
I can't stand the virtual mirror. Just something about it just drives me crazy. I can't judge where the cars are.
I love it. Of course, I had to get used to it because coming off of I've since upgraded my PC a lot, but when I first started, I didn't have the power to run those mirrors. I had to run the virtual mirror, so I needed to get used to it. I turned those mirrors on, and my FPS was unreadable. You couldn't race.
So Andy Kurtz continues to lead here as we're coming to 7 laps to go here in this final heat race before the feature. And again, I think during the feature, having all the cars on the track, a little bit more drafting help, we're going to see some wild racing in the feature.
I anticipate at least 2 green flag pit stops, which is going to make life very interesting.
You got a battle for a second as Brian Fine trying to work underneath that 54 machine. And he's going to get up there and he catches the wall. On my screen, I don't know on your screen, does it look like the left front tire on that 57 machine is shoved in?
Oh, that has been a glitch with iRacing lately.
Okay. That's the first time I've seen that. That's why I asked. I don't know if he might have got into somebody and had a little damage there or what, but...
Oh, okay. I was thinking something different where it looked like it was buried in the track.
No. If you look at the left front tire, it's actually set inside the wheel well more than anybody else's. So that's interesting to see that. He's the only Toyota on track, so I can't see if it's a Toyota thing or not, but 5 laps to go here in this final heat race. And we're seeing that 57 continue to try to work that low lane to try to get back around Andy Kurtz, but just not able to get the run or the momentum.
Well, I was pushing the wrong button and talking to you. Yes, I do see that looks like it's pushed in about a foot off the wheel well. And I looked at a couple of other cars, and none of them are that way. That must be a new glitch, unless that was... I haven't seen him... There's no damage to the car.
Yeah,
but it looks like the tire's sitting inside the engine compartment.
Yeah, and the only other thing I can think of is maybe when he was running down on the apron, he might have got a little suspension damage to that car, because that car just does not look... The front end of that car just does not look right.
That is, yeah, that's something odd. Well, I might keep a look at that in the feature. Take a look at that when it gets started and see if he starts off that way.
Yep, as we're going to have just 3 laps to go here, Andy Kurtz now starting to get pressured by Daniel Cunningham. Cunningham was laying back just a little bit here. Now he's trying to make a move forward.
Well, I'm glad it don't look that way on the broadcast, but on my screen, the entire back stretch is orange.
Yeah, the sun is starting to set. The sky is that nice California hazy yellow. And we have just...
Well, Brian is still running good, so if that suspension is hurt, he just made a run up and looked like he was going to make a play for second place.
Yeah, we got 2 laps to go here Andy Kurtz can now almost be on cruise control as he's starting to pull away from Daniel Cunningham. And I think Cunningham maybe just burnt off his tires those last couple of laps trying to run Kurtz back down.
Yeah, I'm amazed as aggressive as Brian has been on that low line that he's still running third place. Look, there he goes again, going down to use that white line to help him turn. And he actually did gain a little on the 2 leaders.
White flag is in the air. We got just 1 lap to go. Can Cunningham make the big move here to move himself into the lead and win the heat so he can start in the 3rd position? Or is Andy Kurtz going to be able to hold on to it? We see Brian Fine yet again make the big dive down to the bottom, but Kurtz breaking the draft just a little bit down the backstretch. They're going to make one last-ditch effort. Here goes Cunningham. Right down on the white line through turns 3 and 4 as they come off the corner. They're going to be side by side, racing to the line.
That's
But
not enough.
Yeah, Kurtz is able to keep the momentum up on the high side. He's going to win our 3rd heat. Daniel Cunningham coming in 2nd. Brian Fine in 3rd. Ryan Pendleton 4th. Pegleg Phelps 5th. Joshua Thompson coming home 6th. Mike Uribe is going to come home in 7th. See Magic Mike coming down the backstretch here.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back.
Not a problem. So as we come off of turn number 4, Magic Mike is going to come across and take the checkered flag for our final heat here. So let's take a look at our starting grid. Possibly. Oh no, I take that back. We're not going to see our starting grid just yet. As we have a little 5-minute warm-up that these guys are going to be able to have.
Oh, I forgot about the warm-up.
Yep.
Okay, that was good then.
Yeah, you were plenty good.
Well, the sun going down. It's going to be dark soon, and I'm sure the track is already cooled off immensely. I think we're going to see some even better racing. With this track being down to 66 degrees, we might get to the point where it gets a little cooler to where it gets a little too cool, where we're going to have to wait for the tires to warm up. We might see some early spins on the first couple of laps on the start because the tires might be too cold.
Yeah, we're seeing a 7-mile-an-hour wind with 68 or 65 degree air temperature, 68 degree track temperature, or 66, excuse me. Partly cloudy is not going to matter too much as the sun is going down.
Well, 29 cars to take the. Or I got 29 cars on track right now. I believe that's what we have this evening.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting to see the start. It's going to be the air. What's that going to do with the big pack of air? What's that going to do to the guys in the middle of the pack? What's it going to do for the drafting up front? Green flag pit stops are going to come into play tonight. I think it's going to be an exciting race. 133 laps. It's going to be a long one too.
For sure. And it's going to be a great one as we're going to have, again, this is your all-star field. This is all the winners throughout the seasons in all the original Rebels series. So a mixture of drivers. I mean, I know some of these guys, like Alex Veith, got his win on dirt. Magic Mike got his win in the street stocks. I mean, you have drivers from all walks of specialties here.
Mike got his. He got in as being past Cup champion.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, he was first season Cup champion. So the eligibility for the race was if you want to race this season, or if you're a current or past champion. If you were ever a champion, you automatically get into the race. So that's why I was trying terribly hard last Monday to get the win so that I could get in tonight, but brought it home second instead. To Ryan Pendleton.
Oh,
That's where Ryan's won 4 races in our Monday Night League so far this season.
Oh, we got some drivers up on their lid here, having some fun out there. I did just reset my timing and scoring, so my tower should look a lot better. Hope that doesn't screw up our... Nope, it's not going to screw up our heats here, so... We can actually take a look through our results for our heats. So, Jonah Colbert was our winner of the first heat with Garrett Kinder, Steve Loving, Jay Burrell, and Jeff Paisley, your top 5. Heat 2 saw Chris McLean over Zach Wetstein, Todd Schott, Mickey Isaac, and Kai Schappert. And then you just saw Heat 3. That was Andy Kurtz, Cunningham, Brian Fine, Ryan Pendleton, and Chuck Feltz. So we'll get our grid in just a few moments, as it looks like we have about 45 seconds left in warm-up. Of course, I always want to take this time to thank you guys for joining us here tonight on Intensity Broadcasting. If you're watching on YouTube, on Facebook, or Twitch, we do appreciate you coming out. Don't forget to drop a like, subscribe if you haven't. Leave a comment. We've got the comments open. I can see your comments. We like to interact with our fans. Also, don't forget to join us for the rest of the week as well. I know tomorrow's night's Extreme Forces Racing League race has been postponed, unfortunately, for a week. But we will have Tuesday night, the Extreme Forces Next Gen Series. Wednesday, we'll have a doubleheader with the Late Model Series kicking off before the SCSRA Xfinity Series. Thursday night, we've got the Thunderstruck Late Models.
Come watch me racing them.
There you go. Friday night, you've got the Extreme Xfinity. They're going to be on Bristol Dirt this week. That'll be an exciting one for sure.
I will not be in that one.
I'm unfortunately working that night. Saturday, we've got the Send It Cup Series, and always next week starts the playoffs for the doubleheader in the Truck Series. Let's take a look at your grid for our race here tonight. And again, Jonah Colbert is going to be your pole sitter for the feature with Chris McLean to his outside. Row 2, it's going to be the 05 of Andy Kurtz and the 13 of Garrett Kinder. 5th, Zach Wetstein in that Uno machine with Daniel Cunningham in the 54 to his outside. In the 4th row, we're going to see the 27 of Steve Loving and the 00 of Todd Schott. Brian Fine rolling off from the 9th position in the 57 machine with Jeremy Burrell rounding out the 5th row. Mickey Isaac running 3 tonight. He'll be rolling off 11th with Ryan Pendleton in the 12th spot. Jeff Paisley rolls off 13th in the 7 machine with Kai Schappert in that beautiful pink intensity car in 14th. Not to be biased.
Not to be biased. I can help you out here if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
15th, Charles Phelps, Chuck. Go Peg Leg. 16th, Josh Lokenvitz. Aaron Adcock rolls off 17th with Joshua Thompson going out 18th. Patrick Drabick starting in the 19th spot with Brandon Wallbanger Wallace starting 20th. Mikey Rebe in 21st. Tyler Rice is outside in 22nd. Alex Beath rolling off 23rd. Fry Hubbard not make the race. Eddie A. Smith coming out, that would be 25th. Josh Oswald 26th. Logan Sturgeon would have been 27th. Did not make it tonight. Charles Stevens running out 28th. And Joshua Smith, who had some disconnection problems, would have started 29th. But that is your starting grid.
So as they work their way through turns 3 and 4, we're going to see Jonah Colbert on the inside, Chris McLean to the outside. We're getting ready for 133 laps here at Auto Club to find out who's going to be our all-star winner. Pace car
and the
takes.
lights are on.
Yep, the hard left-hand turn the pace car takes to the starting zone. Watching for the green flag, which is in the air, and we are racing here at Auto Club. And a great evenly started race here up front.
Oh yeah, that pack is staying together, and look like that inside line making a little bit more hay than the outside line to start this race.
For sure. As bear with me for a second. My timing and scoring completely just crapped out on me. Don't mind the pop-up that you're going to see on the screen here.
Jonah Colbert kind of gapping second, third, fourth, fifth, all grouped up together with sixth. Looks like we're going to start to see the top five try to get into a line, with the exception, of course, of what looks like Garrett Kender, maybe. Or, no, Andrew Kurtz. Going to try and stay down low. Everybody else is trying their hardest to get to the outside line on that wall. And caution is out.
Looks like Joshua
He looks
Thompson.
like the 07 is running slow.
Yeah, let's see the 07 and the 28 of Joshua
Right.
Thompson.
Joshua Thompson.
See if we can see what brought this one out here.
The grifter. The griftozer.
Just gonna have to do this manually because I do apologize, folks. I'm having a little issue with the timing and scoring due to the heat races kind of messing with my system here, so I do apologize. I'm gonna get this worked out as quickly as I can. It does not look like the 07 was actually involved in this. Oh, maybe he was.
Yeah, I've got the 07 turn 2.
Yep, just found it.
Gets a little loose coming out of 2. Like I said, them cold tires. There's a single car spin down to the low, and he gathered it back up. So it's interesting that the caution even came out.
Yeah, that's for sure. And again, bear with me for a moment as I try to get my timing and scoring figured out here.
Well, we have no takers for pit road, which is not a big surprise. Actually, we do have one coming down, or several of some of the guys in the back coming down pit road. I think that'd be a little too early to take a set of tires. Maybe they're just topping it off with fuel. I would not take tires here. I think that would be a waste of it, but hey, you never know. Oh, the 28 came down to 57, the 6 of Tyler Rice. 79 of Josh Lokenbitz down on pit road. Yeah, it looks like just a splash and go of fuel for about 7 or 8 of our drivers. Chuck Felt's actually taking tires. He's looks like he might be getting some damage fixed here. He might have had a little wall slop, or Brandon Wallace looked like he took tires. Josh Lokenbitz, Tyler Rice, Brian Fine in there long enough to get a splash of fuel with Aaron Adcock, I think maybe taking right sides. Either that or he came down and got fuel and a small amount of damage done as he was only in his pit stall for 10 seconds.
And folks, I do apologize for the scoring not being up on the screen. I am trying to work through this and trying to figure out what happened on my end here. So we'll get that fixed up as quickly as I can.
I wonder what happened with Joshua Thompson. He is still down in the pits getting that damage repaired. He's not going to waste his quick repair to do it, but still sitting down there getting repairs done. Trying not to lose a lap, see if he can beat the pace car out. It looks like he's going to. That was a good use of his time. If you're going to start in the back, go down and get your repairs done without wasting your quick repair. Save it for some big damage and get back out there and do some racing. We are lining up with 1 to go. Next time by, we're going to be going green. We'll be lining up with Colbert, Chris McLean making up your front row, Garrett Kinder, Andrew Kirst in the second, Zach Wetstein and Daniel Cunningham coming up in the third row. Steve Loving, Jeff Paisley in the fourth row. Todd Schott and Jeremy Baralt rounding out your top 10. Okay.
Alrighty, so we're getting ready to re-rack, restack, refire, and I believe during our next caution we're going to have to go a little technical difficulty for a moment, but we'll get this straightened out, get that timer back up there, that ticker back up there for you. Until then, Jonah Cobert's going to restart on the bottom side. Chris McLean again to the high side as the pace car is getting ready to take that hard left-hand turn on the pit road. See Garrett Kinder restarting in that third spot. See if he's able to make anything happen here. Green flag is back in the air.
It's like Jonah caught everybody sleeping on that restart.
We see Zach Wetstein giving a big push to Kinder here as they go into turn number 1.
Yeah, Zach and Garrett know each other real well. We were all teammates last season in the Rebels Truck Series. And those two guys know each other really well. I'm surprised they got separated, but you would probably see them two hooking up as drafting partners if it makes any difference in this race.
Well, without any help right now, the 05 of Chris McLean is challenging for the lead. Down on the bottom side, but no help. Oh, the leader!
Oh, no. I turned my head away for 1 second.
Oh, Chris McLean is sideways coming through the grass, and he's able to spin it down.
Jonah Colbert going through the grass as well.
Yeah, Jonah.
Out.
Yeah, let's see what happened to Jonah here. As Jonah was just, hell, there was some contact between Jonah and Chris, and Jonah slides through the grass down here, able to keep it off the wall, and then McLean making some contact as well. So, well, folks, give me just a moment while we're under yellow. We're going to go into a little maintenance for a second. Give me just a moment, see if we can get this fixed up for you. We will be back with you momentarily. So we're back live here. Lights on the pace car just went off, and timing scoring is still a little funky at the moment. I'm gonna try something else if we get a chance at another yellow here. I did try rebooting, and I don't want to lose the race, so let's bear with me for just a moment. But Garrett Kinder is gonna restart your leader after we just saw both Jonah Cobert and Chris McLean have some issues together. Kevin Kinder said took him out, and Ratchet Miller says, wow, just wow. So, yeah, I agree. A little less give and take than we're used to seeing here in the Rebels.
Yeah. It's going to make it interesting because those two are definitely, by far from the heats, the fastest guys that we had this evening. To see them start in the back now with hopefully their damage repaired. It's going to be interesting to see if they can run up through this field and get back up towards the front. But on another note, go number 4.
So here goes the pace car on the pit road. Garrett Kinder is going to lead them back down to the restart zone.
A lot of guys laying back on that.
Yep, green flag is back out. A great jump for for Garrett Kinder.
Kevin's racing now.
Yeah, Kevin's racing now. Just saw him over there in the chat. And Zach falling back in the second position. Here comes Andy Kurtz on that low lane, and Steve Loving up on the high side as they're battling back here. And here comes Jeremy Brault now on the low side trying to get around Loving, but he's going to tuck back in behind Loving here.
Yeah, normally Zach's it's the early part of the race. I want to save my tires kind of guy. Ooh, big dive. Caught 2 positions there for Andrew Kurtz.
Great move for him as he's going to go right up to the lead here. But here comes Kinder battling back on the inside.
Oh, and I think that cost him some tires when I moved because he just slacked the wall and he's losing a lot of spots.
Oh, I do apologize for that.
So move Zach back up into the second spot.
Yep. And here comes the 54 of Daniel Cunningham on the bottom. We got some 3 wide racing in the back. It's Patrick Dravick was just 3 wide with Josh Oswald and Charles Stevens Jr.
And caution is back out again. Looks like the 77, the 43, and the 99 involved.
See if we can bring up our... Oh, I forgot to hit the button there. So let's bring up the Griftozer yet again.
Griftozer.
Oh, there's some 3 wide racing here.
That's some Mad Max stuff there.
It looks like some 3 wide racing here, and yeah, the 77 just comes straight across the track, catches Kai Shapit, and the 2 of them just go sliding through the grass here. I think Kai may have caught that inside wall just a little bit, but
just a little love tap. Doesn't even look like a whole lot of damage.
no. Jamie Baralt comes out. No, he fakes pit road, so.
Yeah, I was wondering, 13 laps in, who's going to go down, but these guys are thinking 133 laps, I'm sure. And yes, I am right. The back half of the field is coming down, and I see these guys going tires this time. Well, maybe not the back half, the back third. 2 of the guys involved in the wreck definitely coming down to get some damage repair. Not sure what happened with Brandon Wallace. I saw him slow. He might have woed up for that wreck to not be involved in it. Oh, everybody down pit road. Looks like we did have one taker for Aaron Adcock. I believe he got right sides last time. I think he just took the lefts this time with some fuel. Josh Lokenbitz down for a splash of fuel, no tires. Chuck Velt's getting some damage repair done again. Brian Fine, 4 tires. Joshua Thompson Looks like right side tires and a splash of fuel for him with Andrew Kurtz coming down for 4. Of course, Kai, Michael Rebe, and Brandon Wallace down pit road as well, getting 4 tires. And Kai getting some damage repair.
Hey, look what I got up on the screen now.
Oh, my Lord. We're back.
Again, folks, I do appreciate the patience as I got that reworked out on my end. I do apologize for that. Sometimes with heat racing, our timing and scoring doesn't really like that and can throw some errors. So, figured out the fix though. So if it happens again, I know what to do. Hopefully, we're not going to see that again tonight. But
well, with me around, electronic equipment really doesn't like me, which is awful because I've got a lot of it in the house.
Aren't you a DJ?
Yeah, I got about $6,000 of DJ equipment that luckily it likes me. It's just something about computers that don't.
Well, here we go. Lights are back off on the pace car. Kinder going to take that inside lane. Zach Wetside to the high side. Then Steve Loving and Jeremy Burrell in that second row. Todd Schott, Daniel Cunningham in the third row. Eddie Smith sitting back in 7th right now. Kind of surprised to see him that far back with Ryan Pendleton to his outside. And then rounding out the top 10 is going to be Patrick Drabick and Josh Oswald.
It'll be interesting to see us restart. These tires have gotten some wear on them. We have to be careful not to spin your tires on the takeoff, and what's it going to be like? You don't know what you're going to get in turns 1 and 2. How hard can you push it? So we're going to find out the same time these guys do.
Stacy passes Adcock, says, come on, Aaron, keep working hard. Aaron currently up 7 positions up into the 14th place, so he is working his way through the field slowly, and he's got a lot of time, though. We're only on lap 15 of 133.
Look at Patrick Drabick, who had that problem earlier, moved himself back up to 9th.
So here we go. Green flags back in the air. Another great jump for Garrett Kinder. He's going to slide right up in top lane in front of Zach here as they march their way into turn number 1. Steve Loving, though, looking down to the inside of Zach early in this run already.
I think Zach might have been sleeping on that restart.
Zach looked like he had a little wiggle there in the middle of the corner. That allows Steve Loving to get the good run down the backstretch. But now we see Jeremy Burrell on that high side starting to make it. The other thing is these cars are going to be handling totally different than they were in the heat race.
Yeah.
Because we don't see that orange glow on the track anymore. It is nighttime. The sun has gone down. The lights are on. The track is cooling. These cars are going to have a little bit more grip as the tires heat up. And Eddie Smith now moving his way up into the 4th position.
And he started 25th. That is a heck of a move.
And just like
we have a biggest mover tonight?
what was that?
Do we have a biggest mover award tonight?
Not that I know of, but my screen isn't going to tell me who is and who isn't because of the heat races.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not able to determine that, but
I will let you know.
yeah, we're seeing exactly what I thought we were going to see. Not so much single file as we saw in the heat races. As the cars come down the backstretch, we're seeing them fan out just a little bit more. Great view of that as they come right at you here. And Steve Loving now all the way down on the apron. Oh, gets a little loose. Catches too much of that apron, but doesn't lose any momentum.
I think he might have been watching that 3rd heat race where Brian Fine was diving way down there.
Yep, here comes Drabick now.
Oh, he's dropping back.
Yeah, he did lose some momentum as Drabick's going to make the big move down to the bottom. Almost comes up into the side limit. We are 4 wide. Now back to 3 wide as they come down the backstretch. And Sam, that's exactly what I said was going to happen. We're going to see a little 4 wide racing tonight.
Oh yeah.
As Drabik's now trying to make his way, continues to march his car forward. And impressively without any help.
Yeah. Here comes Josh Oswald. Oh, little tag to Patrick Drabik there. That's going to cost Oswald a little bit of speed.
Oh, the leader, Garrett Kinder, was just up into the wall. I saw him shooting some sparks there for a second.
Oh, Garrett loves to do that. He likes to burn the right rear tire, and he likes doing tank slapping in the corners when he's running that eye line. So he swears that tank slap helps him get through the corner better.
Well, further back, one driver was having such a great race earlier, and yeah, we see Fine's left front tire is still pushed up like that, so I think it might be a glitch with the Toyotas.
It has to be. Or maybe the crew chief found a little gray area.
Maybe. It only
It's
looks
a little
like...
extra.
Well, I'm looking at Mickey Isaac, who's also running a Toyota, and he's got a similar looking front end, so I believe it's probably just a graphical glitch on the two Toyotas out in the field.
It's Toyota cheat. TDR, to the hauler after the race.
You know, only Toyota would come up with a performance brand called Turd.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. I never even thought of that, but yeah. TRD, isn't it? Not TDR.
Yeah.
Oh,
we got one around.
Sideways. Oh,
Oh,
they
big.
almost caught it, too.
Big wreck. Caution is out. Peg leg is involved. Mickey Isaac. Oh, Mickey Isaac gets tagged.
Is that Ryan Pendleton in the 3, or who's in the 3?
That's Mickey Isaac in the 3.
Mickey Isaac, okay.
Yeah, Mickey got a lot of damage there, and let's bring up the Griftozer.
Clears a path, Griff. He is never going to live down that photograph.
No, he is not. That is for sure.
And now it's part of the internet forever.
It surely is. So let's take a look. This actually starts with Todd Schott in the 00, which doesn't have numbers on it. It just says 00. That's that black and blue car that's at the up against the wall there, and he gets loose right in front of Isaac. Actually, Isaac, he was a little out of shape, and Isaac finished him off right there.
Yeah.
And he was able to almost save it, but catches Isaac in the right rear, sends him hard up into that safer barrier. There's Jonah Cobert getting a little piece of it as well. There goes Chuck Feltz getting a piece. Josh Lokenvitz involved.
Ryan Fine just sneaks right through there.
He does. The 05 of who is that? It's Kurtz gets a little piece of it as well. Yep.
Well, Colbert's just not having a good night, is he?
Nope. And then as Mickey was trying to just keep it locked down in the middle of the track, the 28 came through and pile drived them. But here comes the entire field.
Oh, yeah.
Down pit road.
Tire time. 23 laps down with what, about 18 race laps on those tires, so maybe even less than that. But now's the time to get that first set out of the way. If you stayed out there, you're going to be a sitting duck.
And I wonder if anybody's going to take two tires here early in the race just to experiment to see what it's going to do later on.
Aaron Adcock did that earlier with the other pit stop, so we'll see if he does that as well.
Oh, almost some contact getting onto pit road or getting into their pit stalls in the back. But Garrett Kinder wins the race off pit road. We did have 3 cars stay out. Kai Schappert, Brandon Wallace, and Jeff Paisley all staying out under this caution.
Kai last came in on lap 11. Jeff Paisley lap 10 laps ago. Kai Schappert 11 laps ago. So I mean, they're still gonna get burnt. I see Garrett Kinder with a 13.9. That ties Patrick Drabik with fastest pit stop. I don't see anybody that looks like they would have taken 2 tires.
No, it doesn't look like anybody took 2 tires at all. So Well,
Joshua Thompson.
yeah, Joshua Thompson and Tyler Rice took fuel only.
Yeah. They were in not too long. They were in on our last caution, so probably grab tires there. So get fuel here, save a set of tires for later. They're in the back of the pack anyway. I think that'll at least keep them on the lead lap, and they can make a little hay with an extra set of tires.
For sure. As the lights on the pace car are off, we're going to re-rack them, restack them, refire them. Real quick in the chat, Stacy Adcock says, come on, Aaron, keep working hard. Kevin Kinder says, in regards to Garrett catching the wall, says, cleanse rubber marbles out to get it lighter.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
Makes sense to me. I'm going to put that in my notes. When we were broadcasting the Cup Series on Saturday nights, I would watch practice and watch a lot of guys different practice, and sometimes I'd get on Kinder, and it seemed like every lap he's out there wrecking. And we had an interview with him, podium interview after a race. And I said, during the race, you're slapping the wall every second lap, and you're spinning through the infield. And he goes, well, I just go out there and practice what not to do in the race.
There you go.
Hey, I've started trying to do that myself.
I'm sure the bullet whiskey has nothing to do with it.
Absolutely nothing to do with it.
So Kai Shepard's going to lead us back down to the restart zone with Brandon Wallace on the high side up next to the wall. I don't know if that's going to be a smart move. Jeff Paisley's going to be in third with Garrett Kinder, the first car with new tires, in fourth. As we come back down to the restart zone, Kai takes off a little early, which he can. Green flag's back in the air. Good jump for Kai. Zach's going to jump up to that high side and leave Paisley all alone there on the bottom. As we're already 3 wide, a little further back.
Oh,
almost
4 wide here. Oh, and
we got one around. Steve Loving.
A little loose. Yeah, he tried to use that line down there to help him turn, and helped him turn way too much.
Daniel Cunningham, huge move from the top to the bottom of the racetrack. And Brandon Wallace now out to the lead. So the 3 cars that did not take tires are currently running 1, 2, 3. But here comes Garrett Kinder on the high side trying to go around Jeff Paisley. They're all lined up on that high side. They're going to use that freight train. And now Kinder's going to look down to the bottom lane.
They have held up pretty well with those old tires. I got to give it to them. I know they're going to get trained now, but they made it a lap longer than I thought they would.
For sure. And here comes Eddie Smith into the mix now. We got some big moves going on behind. 3 wide into turn number 3. A little further back, almost 4 wide back here. And they're able to
hold. Making a run for the lead here. Not going to pull it off. And we're going to go 3 wide for the lead.
Yeah, here comes Eddie Smith on the low side with a great head of steam. How about Aaron Adcock up into the 4th position? As we work our way down the backstretch. And Eddie's going to lose.
Brandon Wallace on them old tires is still running pretty hard down there.
Yeah,
running in 5th.
He's still hanging on in 5th, and he's got a gaggle of cars trying to get on by him here. We got 3 wide, Perrault in the middle, Jonah Cobra on the bottom side, Drabick up on top. How about Alex Veith making his way up into the mix here? Alex running in 13th position, trying to make his way up to the front.
And don't look now, but...
Oh, big wreck! Big wreck!
Oh, no.
Brandon Wallace, Jonah Colbert, the 54 of Cunningham. I was live on that when that happened.
Oh, no.
That's
I
good.
was just about to say, look at Jonah Colbert making his moves back up there. I'm sorry, Jonah. I think I jinxed you. I gave you the Brandon Wallace jinx.
Let's see if we can see what happened here. As they were 3 wide coming off of turn number 2. Brandon Wallace see him a little sideways off the corner, tries to chase it up the track. Then he gets, look at that, we got 4 wide down the backstretch. And Brandon just gets a little loose off the corner, comes down, Drabick. But Cunningham and Jonah get the worst of it as they come sliding down through the infield. And actually, it doesn't look like Jonah has too much damage. He reset.
Yeah, he towed.
He towed, but it doesn't look like he had too much damage. So, Brandon
I
Wallace.
think maybe he was over it.
Yeah, it's possible. Brandon Wallace, a little bit of damage, but doesn't look like that car is in too bad a shape. The 54 of Cunningham, though, we're seeing that smoke.
Yeah.
That's never a good sign when you have engine smoke. So,
Poor Jonah was just on a Sunday drive down there and wasn't even paying attention to what those guys were doing and got caught up with it.
yeah, here comes Guy Shappert down onto pit road. Tyler Rice, Mickey Isaac, Todd Schott, Brandon Wallace, all coming onto pit road as well.
Well, we got Eddie A. Smith, who started 25th, running 4th. Josh Oswald started 26th, running 6th. And, of course, you mentioned Alex Veith, who started 23rd, running 7th. We've had some big movers here.
That's for sure. And we had unfortunately, some big movers the other direction as well, as
Yeah.
Andy Kurtz currently running back in 26th. Jonah Colbert back in 25th. Chris McLean, 24th. Todd Schott back in 21st. So whenever you have that many big movers forward, you're going to have some big movers backwards as well.
Yeah. Well, we still got 24 cars on the lead lap.
Now we just saw I think it was the 05 of Andy Kurtz get the wave by that time. Should I believe it was Mickey Isaac? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, Jonah Colbert and Andrew Kurtz have retired for the evening.
It goes back to what you were saying about Colbert just being done with it.
Yeah, I think that was his third time wrecking. So I think maybe he was like, okay, I'm going to watch. And I can't blame him. He was fast and got caught up in some stuff that not of his own making, and was running back up there. I think he was in the top 10 when he got taken out there. So good run for you tonight, man. But one of those nights.
Yeah, well, the lights on the pace car are off. And Garrett Kinder's going to restart on the inside.
Yeah, I haven't seen anybody elect to take that outside starting spot. I don't think. I think either side. I think you just get the jump, and you can just choose your lane. And Garrett's been able to get that jump. Zach has seemingly not been able to get a good jump with him. Maybe after being through a couple of restarts, maybe now he's got his timing down a little bit. With a big track like this, and when the pace car goes off, the leader can go whenever he wants. There's a very large zone before you get to the green flag on this track, so it's really kind of hard to guess where that guy's going to go.
Yeah, as long as the pace car is off the racing surface, the leader can choose to go whenever he likes, which is a great rule because it can really catch people sleeping, and it doesn't bunch up the field.
Yeah.
Well, pace car pulls off. Kinder comes back down to his restart zone. He's going to wait on it just a little bit longer, and green flag now in the air. And we're back racing.
Another great jump.
How about Aaron Adcock? And that pink machine working underneath Eddie Smith here, trying to take that third position away.
Yeah, and he started 17th, so yeah, he's made some big moves too.
I know he's got quite the following here in the chat. His family is definitely watching, and they're cheering him on as he's trying to take that third position away. But with no help right now, Josh Oswald's going to push on by and move Aaron back into the fifth. No, Aaron's going to fight back on the inside.
That was a big push through there.
Yeah.
That was amazing. I mean, that's that new tires. 2 laps from now, he probably won't be able to do that.
For sure, as he's going to tuck in behind, or I'm sorry, in front of Josh Oswald.
Yeah, he wasn't quite sure if he was going to make it there. A little hesitation.
And as a driver, you don't want to cut that driver off behind you. Is Alex Veith. Look at Alex down here.
Alex, Patrick Drabick is back up into this mix. Josh Oswald, a lot of movers. And we know Patrick was in the back at one point and involved in that first caution. Big, strong move from Alex there. Just not able to hold on to that momentum that outside line has.
And Alex having a fantastic run here tonight. How about Chuck? Chuck could make doing a little rebound up into the top 10 again.
Oh, come on, Chuck. I'm sure we got our Chuck fans still around.
Yep. And Brian Fine making his way back up here, sir. Currently running 12th on the bottom of 3 wide.
Charles Stevens, who had connection issues, started 28th, has moved up into 12th, so he's made some good moves too.
So some big runs here as Aaron Adcock's going to dive all the way down to the white line here through the front stretch. Trying to do whatever he can to get himself up to the front. You know, I'm really impressed with Alex Veith right now.
Yeah, he's made some really strong, and he's holding his own down there on that inside line, or he seemingly was. Of course, as soon as I start talking about him, he'll go backwards. That was another problem we had on Saturday nights. If I start talking about a guy, he's going to wreck, or he's going to lose positions, or some of the guys during the week were like, Sam, don't talk about me on Saturday, please.
Josh Oswald now thought he was making a look to the inside of Eddie Smith, but looks like he might just be trying to peek out a line and see what's going on in front of him. See the entire field now pretty much running that high lane.
Yeah, I think we've come to the realization that this is a very long race. We are only a little over 25% through it, and it's time to settle down, get in line, and take the spots as they come and try not to force the issue too much.
As you say that, Patrick Drabick, we got this mix of cars back here that are 3 and 4. Oh, Chuck! It's a contact with Jamie Barol. He's able to hold on to it, though, as we're still 3 wide back here. Barol's really leaning down on peg leg down here.
Well, it's like to see my reputation still intact every time I start talking about something. The exact opposite will happen. Oh, a little contact with Loving, and
big wreck on the backstretch.
Patrick Drabick out of shape, and the rest like dominoes.
Oh, they're still wrecking back here as the 54 just came through and really just pile drive that 07 machine of Drabick, who's back rolling. And well, it looks like
he was on that Jason Lottridge brake pedal set there.
Let's see if we can see what started this whole thing. Now, it looks like it was actually about 4 wide back here that started this.
Oh, yeah.
We'll take it.
You see Steve Loving up on the outside, and Patrick Drabick make a little contact right here. He gets the Drabick a little out of shape, and he nearly saved it.
And
but he didn't manage it.
Yeah, then he come up into the 88 of Stevens Jr., and from there it was just on as the 07 and the 88 got a little airborne. 88's up on top of the 07, literally. You see, who is that? That's
Is that Fine?
Yeah, that's Fine right there, getting some damage. And then you see the 54.
Yeah.
Just
yeah. He's definitely on the Lottridge brake pedal.
He saw the hole right there, And then at the last second, just the hole closed and just nowheres to go. And then they all scattered behind.
I'm going to hear from Jason now, but bringing up the Lottridge Brake Pedal Company. As you get a little pay for advertising the company there.
Chris McLean on pit road, Ryan Pendleton, Josh Lokovitz, Tyler Rice, Drabick. Is it Drabick or Drabick? I always
Drabick. It is Drabick, yeah.
Right.
I had to ask myself.
Wallace, Alex, hey, I can't say much. For the longest time, I kept saying Wetstein until you came up and go, hey,
you
Josh.
said Wetstein, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Wetstein.
You got it right. That time.
Yeah,
I tried to get it wrong, and you got it right.
Hey, that's not a bad thing.
No.
Yeah, I said Wetstein for the longest time, and you came up and said, hey, it's Wetstein.
Yeah. That's okay. For an entire season on Street Stocks on Monday night, Patrick Drabick and Jamie Barkus broadcast our races on Monday night, and they were calling Mike Vaith for all the races. And then the last race of the season, we told them, hey, it's Veith. So now every Monday night when Mike does something, they say, is that Mike Veith or Vaith? Is it Vaith? Veith. So we'll call Alex Vaith one time at least.
There you go. And it's not like this league has always had some of the easiest names to pronounce either.
No. And Kai, one broadcaster, called him K.I. So.
K.I., yep. I heard about that.
K.I. Shepard.
I know I was saying Kleeman's name wrong pretty badly for a while, and he's like, you're the first person that's ever pronounced it this way. So.
Well, you know, as somebody who broadcasted, and I got some names wrong on Saturday night as well. I had to go ask Patrick how he pronounced his name, and it can be difficult. You try your best, and sometimes you get it right, and sometimes you don't.
Yeah. Couple well, before we go green flag race here, a couple things in the chat. Blake Henderson says the Auto Club at night is fun. And he says that was huge, that big wreck. 12 tires turned better than 4, Ratchet Miller says.
There you go.
And Blake Henderson said the 88 said, let me catch a flight real quick.
Poor Chuck Stevens. Charles had issues in the heat race, or he disconnected. They got stuff back together, started in the back, was teasing it getting in the top 10 there when that happened. So he'll get that fast repair and make another run at it.
So again, Kinder with the inside, Zach with the outside, and Eddie and Aaron Adcock in that second row. Chuck up into the third row with Steve Levin there as well. So this will be a great restart here. Kinder's going to come down to the restart zone. Green flag is back in the air.
And another monster restart.
It doesn't look like he's really doing anything different. It just looks like he's catching Zach sleeping right there.
I'll have to ask him later if Garrett was doing some changing up on his restarts there. Oh, and Eddie A. Smith. Oh.
Wow, big slide there.
Almost cleared himself, but decided better of it.
And that's going to cost him here as Aaron Adcock's going to go on the high side. We see him right down on the low side, but I don't think he's going to be able to hold that run on.
Is he going to make the slide? And he does, and Garrett Kinder with the crossover to take it back.
That gave me flashbacks of Jimmy Johnson and Carl Edwards.
Yeah.
Well, he was able to get one position off that, but he is going to lose it back again. He's got a little loose there on the high side.
And Zach didn't realize he was clear and didn't come up and caused a little checkup there. And Eddie A. Smith was actually nice enough to back out of it and keep the race going.
Here comes Aaron Adcock with that big run on that low side.
I probably told the story before, but Eddie A. Smith, his first race in the league, Saturday night cup race in the middle of the playoffs, and he's leading the race, the fastest car in the race, and he's going to win the race hands down. Caution with 10 to go. He asks the admins for an EOL so that he doesn't do anything up front to mess up anybody's playoff opportunities. His very first race, he's going to win it, and he gives himself an EOL to get out of the way to make sure he doesn't mess up anybody's race.
That's a respectful driver right there.
That's awesome.
A lot of drivers wouldn't do that. They'd be just going out there for the win. As Aaron Adcock still working that low line here as we work lap number 45.
That is 1/3 of the way through lap 45.
A little further back, we got a little battle going back here. Pegleg down on the bottom, trying to get that draft from Aaron Adcock to pull himself forward. Alex Veith trying to work his way back up through the field after getting involved in that last one. And right now, we've got a little bit of a breakaway up front, as our first 8 drivers are starting to pull away from Jeff Paisley back in 9th. We see Chris McLean diving down to the bottom. So a little gap there between those two packs.
It's amazing because they've been a little racy here. It's not like they've been lined up in the pack drafting away. I imagine though back there's a lot more racing going on back there.
Yeah, but at the same time they've just caught up to this this pack here as well. So see the 05 making a big move here to get himself back up here. It's McLean, as they're almost 3 wide back here. We are 3 wide. Now back to 2 wide. And Charles Stevens is now pulling the pack back up to this first group. But yeah, I'm kind of concerned.
Longer than Kent.
Yeah, big moves up here. Aaron Adcock just falling backwards right now. We got 4 wide. 4 wide down the backstretch. Now back to 3 wide as Trabick way down on the bottom. Trying to get a couple here as they go into the corner. And there's still 3 wide as he's going to be on the bottom of Pegleg and Adcock coming off the corner.
Charles Stevens was ordering drinks on his flight, and Drabick was spinning around the infield, and they're 10th and 11th now. And that was just this previous caution. That has not been that long ago.
Now as we see Lokenvitz down, trying to get his way up to the front as well. You know, one concern I really have, and we talked about it a little bit, is Zach's restarts. I don't know if Kinder's playing some games, or if Zach's just not paying attention, or the Colts aren't playing tonight, right?
No, they're on Monday Night Football, so he's not watching the game and racing at the same time. Although Major League Baseball is in the playoffs, and he's a big baseball fan, so.
That's true.
He's a Yankees fan, and he actually went and drove over to Tampa the other day for Game 1 of the Rays and the Boston Red Sox. I said, you're a Yankees fan, and you're going to go see the Red Sox play. He's like, well, Dad, it's baseball. Okay.
Oh, Aaron Adcock up into the wall. We got turned. Oh, the 75 of Chuck Phelps got turned with some 4 wide racing, and the caution is out as he's spinning in the middle of the field. Able to hold on to it, though, and no other contact there. It's going to bring up another wreckage rewind, and I think that I usually don't like to use this word, but it looked like there might have been a little net code in that one as well. So we're going to take a look.
Yeah. I have found out, though, that net code is just, there was inevitable contact error, but the graphics were not able to catch it fast enough, is what the explanation from iRacing has been.
Yep. So,
it's like, Aaron gets into the wall.
Yep. And then we almost got 4 wide racing. I think there's a little net code between Adcock and the 75. And, just a little bit. So,
It could have been an arrow issue, too.
Yeah. So, yeah, the best way to describe netcode for those of you watching that don't really play iRacing or don't really understand the internet too much is the speed of light is defined. There is no faster than the speed of light. So it takes the computer X amount of time to reach iRacing to say where that car is on track, and X amount of time for iRacing to compute and say, yep, that's where that car is on track. And if there's a delay between two drivers, the computer, the iRacing, is going to do its best job to predict where that car is going to be.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, when you have two drivers who, say, are in California, and it takes 0.3 of a second for the information to get from California to iRacing, and then 0.3 of a second to get back, that's a half a second that iRacing has to kind of decide, hey, this is where the car is actually going to be.
Yeah. Oh, and Garrett Kinder overshoots
He
his
did
pit.
overshoot his pit stall. That's going to be huge for Zach, as Zach's already got the left sides going up, and Kinder's right side's just dropped. So
Oh, and it appears
Kinder's going to lose a few spots here.
that your pole sitter, who was on the pole?
That was Jonah Colbert that was on the pole.
Whoever, yeah, looked like maybe 2 tires or fuel only. Because I thought Zach was going to get out of there first. He ends up getting out of there second.
Alex Veith taking 2 tires as well.
Yeah. McLean,
McLean.
him as well. My scoring hasn't.
I take that
yet.
back. Travick
Yeah.
and Alex Veith did not pit.
They did not pit.
No, so
Okay.
McLean is on 2 tires. Brandon Wallace, fuel only. Ryan Pendleton, fuel only.
Wow. Yeah, my scoring hasn't caught up yet.
Yep. So Patrick Drabick, Alex Veith, Chris McLean, Zach Wetstein, Eddie Smith, Steve Loving, Garrett Kinder falls all the way back to 7th. Jeremy Burrell 8th, Brandon Wallace taking fuel only up to 9th, and Ryan Pendleton up into the top 10.
Well, how big is that for Zach seeing Garrett overshoot his pit? Because he had to see it. It was right in front of him. And to come out without the lead. That's got to be a little disheartening.
Well, I'm sure Zach being on that outside lane here in the restart, that's going to be a huge advantage to him. So for those of you who don't follow racing too closely, you can restart on that high lane, and if the cars don't go in front of you, you can pass to the right side.
Yeah.
You cannot pass to the left side. So if Alex spins his tires a little bit and Zach has room, he can go right up against the wall here and drive right around him and not receive a penalty.
Yeah, that's why when I restart on the outside, I tend to try to stay close to the wall.
Yep.
To not give up my right side on a restart and get somebody with a run up that way. Yeah, it's going to be interesting because Chris McLean down there, what's 2 tires going to do? It's got to be unsettling to the car for at least a lap or 2. And Patrick Drabick and Alex Veith, who are very strong, 13-lap old tires. It's going to be interesting to see how they can hold off these guys behind them with the 4 freshies.
Yeah, well, I can tell you what that's going to do is that's going to be really loose for that 05 car.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to see how he restarts and see if anybody spins their tires here on the start. His green flag is back in the air. Pretty clean restart up front. Dravick gets a good jump here. He's going to slide up to the high side. Zach's going to look down to the bottom, try to get around Veith here. And McLean, I'm sure, is going to be really loose there on that bottom side with those hot left side tires. Oh, Drabick, almost some contact up there. Zach has to make a quick decision to jump up to that high side.
Yeah, that was really shaky there for a moment.
And now we've got 3 wide here as McLean's going to take over the top spot. Here comes Eddie Smith now, and now Zach Wetstein to the bottom. The big move down on the low side, trying to get something going. He's got some drafting help coming from behind in the form of Steve Loving.
Yeah, but I think he's a little too far back. Let's see what we can get out of a... Zach's going to run it really low here and drive it in hard. He's not going to be able to clear Eddie A. Smith. And McLean's like, you guys just keep battling. I'm going to go this way.
Now Zach's going to tuck in behind, and we'll ride along here with Zach. See how you hear him really working on that throttle, too.
Oh, and caution is
Oh,
out.
caution is out. Let's see if we
Way
can.
more cautions than I thought we would have. I thought we'd be into green flag pit stops by now.
Yeah, it looks like Steve Loving around on the backstretch, and it's
Got
going.
Jeff Paisley slow and Steve Loving both slow.
This one starts way back. This is way back on the front stretch. This actually begins. Lovin working down to the inside of Alex Veith, and starts to get loose. Tries to save it. Gets down on the apron and just loses it all by himself down there. And then spins it around down on the bottom. And I know you said Paisley was slow.
Yeah.
Paisley's got a lot of damage, so
Okay, well that's why.
yeah, that was going to have to do with just Loving. Oh, and then he spins it around. That's what brings it out right there.
Yeah, he was trying to get back out on track, and yeah, surely he wouldn't have done that to try to get a caution.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely. Well, this is going to be an interesting restart. That's going to be the first time in a while Zach's had that inside line. He's going to be right behind the leader. He's going to have an opportunity to jump with him. We haven't seen anybody do that in third place yet. We've seen the leader just run away from everybody else on the restart. So maybe that can change this time. You got Eddie A. Smith up there. He's a great restarter too. So, and Alex B. sitting in fourth. Patrick Drabick, who's had a horrible night early on, is running fifth.
Well, Josh Oswald gets the lucky dog here. So when the pace car comes across the line this time, we'll have just one lap to go.
Well, Josh just got one of his 8 laps back. Now he's only 8 laps down. 21 cars still on the lead lap. Josh at 8 laps down is the first car a lap down. Looks like everybody else behind him has retired. So Josh is like, okay, 8 more cautions, put me back on a lead lap.
Well, not just that, but more cars retire, you can gain a couple more spots. And no, these don't pay points or anything like that, but a little bragging rights. You never want to be the guy that comes in last place.
No, I found that out the other night. Wednesday night. Had a terrible night. Finished in last. That's the first time I finished in last in a long time.
I know I had a rough night on Friday in the Xfinity Series due to poor pit strategy.
Oh, I hate that when that happens. You got a good car and you have a bad pit strategy and it throws your day off. And Wednesday night I just had a terrible car. It's an open setup. I didn't have time to practice. I had to work late. I didn't get a chance to fine tune my car, and we were at Stafford Speedway. So that ought to say enough right there.
That is one of my favorite tracks, due to it being my home track.
Oh well, there you go.
That's
it
why
was horrible for me on Wednesday. I did better on it on Thursday. So there you go.
And we were talking about the Red Sox. Me being a Northeast person, really happy to see my Red Sox in the playoffs. Sorry, Zach.
I have no opinion on that, but if you want to talk to the Patriots, then boo.
No, I'm not a Patriots fan at all.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we can be friends.
Probably not. No, I'm in a different division than you, so we're good.
Yeah.
But no, the big joke is right now, the biggest difference between a Yankee Yard Dog and a Fenway Frank is?
Oh, I don't know. What is it?
You can buy a Fenway Frank in October.
Oh. Well, there you go. A little burn for the Yankees.
There you go. Well, lights are off on the pace car. Pace car is going to take that hard left-hand turn. Chris McLean's going to lead him back down to the restart zone. On these 2 tires here, let's see if he's able to get those both to hook up. And he does. And Zach
got a little better restart this time, but Eddie A. Smith didn't get the one that restart that I anticipated.
Zach working that low line, able to move around Eddie into the second position, and Zach's going to be trying to get himself right up to the front.
Yeah, he's had enough practice running second. He's probably close to figuring it out by now.
And here it goes,
There we
taking
go.
a big dive down to the bottom. Almost gets down
Got a
to
good run.
Yeah, almost gets down the apron, throws that big slide job up off of turn 4.
Got a little loose coming back up, but held on to it.
Well, now let's see if Eddie makes the big move down to the bottom to try to take advantage of those 4 tires over 2 tires. McLean, though, he's fighting back on the low side.
Yeah, but I think the first 2 laps is the only time that works. I think once you get a little heat in these tires, well, now just make a liar out of me.
They've been doing that to you all night long.
He's not quite clear yet. He's not quite clear. You can't. I don't think you can get the warmer tires to stick. I think you start pushing after a couple of laps, and it just makes that. It makes it maybe not impossible, but it does make it a lot harder.
See, I find anytime I go on 2 tires, the car gets a little bit looser through the run, so that might actually help him a little bit down on that low line.
That might.
But he's going to tuck in behind Zach here, and Alex Veith up into the 4th position. But here comes...
That was a great run for Alex.
Yeah, here comes Jerry Brault down on the low side.
He gets that to stick. He used that white line to help him turn there.
Yeah, in that Schmiel Racing Designs car. And Schmiel having a good run today between Mrs. Schmiel winning the ladies race tonight and having one of his cars up here in the top 5.
Well, Zach's got that clean air now, so I think that has, to me, has been a big advantage tonight for that leader. The clean air and being able to pick your line, and looky there, McLean makes that work. Just when I thought it couldn't happen.
They keep making a liar out of you tonight.
Oh, I become a liar every time I broadcast because I start sounding like I know what I'm talking about, and somebody makes a liar out of me.
A little further back.
Never figured it out yet. I do this completely by guesswork.
A little further back, we've got a big battle back here. We've got Joshua Thompson, Kai Schappert, Aaron Adcock, Drabick coming back through the field. So it's gaggle of cars here, all jostling for position. And wow, Loving with a big slide there.
Yeah,
trying to work his way back up to the front on some fresh tires as well. We know he has a fast car.
You know, we haven't made it to halfway yet. We've had 7 cautions, which is a lot more than what I thought. I think some of these guys need to figure out.
We got one around. Josh Thompson on the backstretch. Hard. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, we need to get a little bit more patience out here tonight. I think some guys are pushing too hard, and maybe being just an all-star race with no points, maybe driving a little bit more recklessly.
For sure, and that was a hard hit for the 28 machine of Thompson as he comes off the corner, just pushes up into the wall, catches the wall. Mickey Isaac right there. Just barely catches Isaac, but man, that hit.
Yeah, it was awful. Mickey's not had a good night, has he? He gets caught in that right rear.
Yeah, I mean, it was and here's the thing about, they say it all the time, and it happens here in iRacing too. If a race car can find a hard way to hit the wall, it's going to.
It's going to do it.
And a lot of asphalt, but just no place. I mean, that's the opening right there, and that's just if that was real life, man, we'd be wondering if he's going to walk away from that one on his own power.
Yeah.
Because that is a hard hit at a bad angle.
But thankfully, still sitting at home, probably sipping on a cold beer right now, going, "Man, that was a hard hit."
Yep.
Ooh. Well, Zach fakes it, and McLean goes in, and nobody else.
Alex
Well,
Veith is in. Steve Loving,
Veith.
Patrick Drabick. Quite a
Wow.
bunch of cars coming out of pit road. Kevin Kinder
So-
says sometimes you're the snake, sometimes you get bit.
15-lap run, and he was running pretty hard. Looks like the top 6 have stayed out. Chris McLean, 3 other guys stayed out, so we're going to have 9 guys who've stayed out. With Brandon Wallace and Charles Stevens actually on 10-lap tires instead of 15, so I could see why they probably stayed out. They were just down there, and I think they were already on their 3rd set of tires. So with only 2 in the pits, I maybe would have come down to get fuel, but
Well, yeah,
Ryan Pendleton, who's still out there, came down last time to get fuel.
Well, there you go.
So his tires are, I don't know how old his tires are.
Yeah, right in front of Pendleton, you've got the 13 of Garrett Kinder, who, after getting caught missing his pit stall, and then getting caught in traffic and sliding back, he's currently running in the 4th position.
Yeah, he's made it back up there. It's Kai Shepard's back up front, or back up in the 6th place anyway. I don't know. I think if I was Kai, I'd have went and got tires. Last time I stayed out on old tires wasn't fun. But of course, I think he's a guy that's already used up the resets as well. So these guys up front thinking not pitting with 3 sets of tires in the pits. Hoping that they come into play later in the race, I guess. Because we will be at halfway here when we get going to green.
Yeah, we are actually just at halfway now. 66 and a half laps.
Oh, well, yeah. We're not technically to the half lap point yet, so.
That's true. That's true. All right. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Okay. I'm not very good at math.
I'm not either.
Well, this is going to be interesting. It's going to set up some. So we got new tires. The first guy on new tires is in 10th, and Tyler Rice only took fuel. So the first guy on new tires is Chris McLean in 11th. Steve Loving, Alex Veith, Micah Rebay still on the lead lap. Go Mike. Patrick Drabick, Chuck Belts is back there, and Josh Lokenbitz. So be interesting to see what the back half of the field does. We got 17 cars on the lead lap.
And Oswald's still 7 laps down, but going to gain a couple positions as a couple cars just got knocked out of the race as well.
Yeah.
Well, here they go. Pace car back off. Zach Whitstein's going to lead him back down to the restart zone. And green flag is back in the air. We're back racing. And, man, Zach does not get a good restart as the leader this time either.
Yeah.
As Jeremy Baroltz now right on the back bumper and trying to move himself forward as well. Eddie Smith, Garrett Kinder up on the high side.
I got to think that was a very cautious.
Oh, big wreck in the back.
There goes Josh Lokenbitz.
Yep, Mike Uribe around. We were just talking about Magic Mike a moment ago, and
yeah. See, I sorry, Mike. All right, who do you want me to get out of the race? Let's do a poll on YouTube there. Who do you want me to talk about to get out of the race next?
Let's see what happened to Magic Mike. Actually, I don't think Magic Mike was the one that started this. I believe it started right in front. Oh, nope, I take it back. Cold tires, just loses it all by himself. Looks like he almost saved it. Catches that blue cone. Then overcorrects it right up into Lokenvitz. And Josh Oswald takes
poor Josh.
You got 2 Joshes and 1 shot there.
Yeah. Oh, he went for the 2 Josh special.
And I think Pegleg got involved in that as well. As Pegleg really had no place to go. Let's ride along with Pegleg just so he can see what he can see, because he didn't have much time to react for this one.
Yeah, he thinks he's clear, and he's not. I've had that happen too. Oh, I'm gonna get. No, I'm not. I'm not getting through it.
Well, they're falling like flies, and Ratchet Miller says definitely a checkers or wreckers race.
Definitely. We're down to 13, 14, I think, cars on the lead lap. We're I was speaking of that last restart. I believe that was a cautious. I've got old tires. I don't want to spin them. I would rather get a slower restart than to be spinning out. So, not quite sure what he had. Maybe he pushes it a little harder this time. Maybe last time he learned a little something about whether he was going to spin, or you want to keep it in the race. So.
Well, we're gonna have let's see, how many cars we have in the race now. Looks like
Maybe 16.
16, 17. Yeah, I think Magic Mike is getting his car fixed up. He hasn't retired yet, so.
But Josh is still getting repairs. Magic Mike, Lokenbits, Chuck Belt's getting repairs. 14 cars definitely still on the lead lap.
And I hate to say it, but I'm starting to think that the ladies' race tonight was a little bit cleaner than this one is.
Yeah. So where are we at now? The 9th caution.
Actually 10th, because I had to reset my timing. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So 10 cautions.
10 or
way
11.
more than I thought we were going to have.
Might even be 11.
That's true, because you restart. Yeah, we had 2 cautions.
I had some technical issues there, and
yeah. Well, my scoring says 9 cautions. So mine's been up the whole time. 9 cautions for 30 laps. So your timing and scoring is getting that from iRacing, so it's perfect. It's still right.
I know sometimes when you restart scoring, it messes up the caution count.
Yeah. And I'm showing 9. With 64 laps to go, let's get us a 64 lap run in here so we could do some interviews and Sam can go to bed.
You and I both.
$5:30 a.m. comes real fast.
It sure does. Fortunately, I don't have to wake up that early, but I do hear it. Those of us on the East Coast, it's a little tougher than those in the Central Mountain and Pacific time.
So Chuck has gotten back out on track. Looks like he has been able to remain on the lead lap. So see what kind of car he's got left. He makes 15 cars on the lead lap.
Well, there you go.
And on track.
Well, here we go. Off of turn number 4. Pace car getting ready to take that hard left-hand turn. Zach's going to lead him back down to the restart zone. He gets on it much harder this time.
Yeah, much better.
Gets a great jump. As Eddie Smith and Jeremy Baralt is going to battle for that second position as they go into turn number 1. We see Garrett Kinder now sending it on that high side.
Them older tires with Eddie A. Smith wasn't able to really dig that corner that time to get that run up off. We'll see what if he can try to do that again here through 3 and 4. He's been really loving that low line and that powering off, and it doesn't look like he's even going to try.
So Kinder up into the 3rd position, trying to make his way back up to the front. I saw Chris McLean running down. He's trying to get his way back up to the front. He's got much newer tires than anybody else because he came in on lap 64, and we're starting to see those fresh tires do something here. As we got a battle shaping up for the lead. Wettstein and Baralt side by side down the backstretch. Now Baralt's going to tuck back in line. And Garrett Kinder's going to take a big dive down to the bottom. As they come off of turn number 4, and Kinder's going to now lose the momentum on that low side.
Yeah, that's the bad thing about that run. If you can make it work, boy, it's great. But if you don't, you're losing spots. One thing that I know Zach is really good at here, he will change his line from the one that he really likes to run to take away a line from another guy. So I don't think we'll see him doing any deep dives. Let's see how he comes off the corner and give the other guy. He's not going to give him that run. Zach could have possibly stayed up high against the wall, and then Jeremy Baralt go a little lower and get a run on him. But Zach is going to try to block that line. He's going to make you go. If you're going to pass him, you're going to have to pass him in a slower spot.
As we take a look up.
He's making that dive work, isn't he? Sorry.
Yeah, as we take a look off the back bumper of Zach here. And here's Zach able to drive in just a little bit deeper than Baralt can.
And we've got 3 wide back here for 5th. And we had it. Patrick Drabick moving up into the 4th position. And I think McLean's kind of overdriven this diving deep thing because I think he's going backwards with those tires.
Yeah.
He gets a really good run in there, but he can't clear himself to the wall, which costs him spots when he gets down the straightaway. Here goes Drabick with a deep dive.
Yeah, he's going to put himself up into the lead here. Slide job up in front of Wettstein, and oh, look, contact.
Oh,
Is
now
that
we've
3
got
wide?
3 wide for the lead.
And it was a tight 3 wide as well. And Baralt's going to come out on top of that battle.
Zach's going to reel him back in and make that same slide job on him.
While that's going on, here comes the 05 of Chris McLean down on that low lane, and Eddie Smith here as well. So here comes Drabick with another big power move down to the bottom.
Oh, wow, he dove that deep. Can he make it stick? He loses momentum, actually. Clears him, but on his way back up to the wall, he loses his momentum.
And how much is that killing his tires right now is the question, because
Oh, yeah.
we've got a lot of racing to go unless he's got a couple sets still in the pits and he just doesn't care at this point.
He is on 14-lap fresher tires than those guys, but he's really scrubbing them off.
McLean now down to the inside, and looks like Pegleg had some issues on track. He's currently in the pits. As Zach is giving a big push to Baralt down the front stretch.
That's unfortunate for Chuck. Oh, you gave it a good run tonight, buddy.
He did. See if we can sneak away when this action calms down just a little bit. Take a quick look to see what happened to Chuck. See if we can see real quick what happened to Chuck here. Now it looks like he's just may have popped the motor all by himself down there. So yeah, you see the damage to the front end. So tough break for Chuck. But the battle up front is heating up. And I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like everybody's starting to show some respect, take their time. Nobody's really racing too hard. As I say
These
that.
guys up front have not got that note.
Yeah. there's only a 8-car pack right now, and actually, I take that back.
It's like Zach's going to dive it in deep here and get clear. Is he going to be able to hold on to it off the corner? Yes, he does. Thought McLean was going to clear him as well, but didn't manage to make it up that far.
You got your top 7 here, and then it's almost a half second back to Todd Schott. And then it's a second and a half back to Alex Veith running in 9th. As McLean continues to work that bottom lane, we were almost just 4 wide for a second. Drabick was caught in the middle. Now he gets up in front of Eddie Smith. And McLean navigating those bumps on the low side. And the bumps look a little worse down there than they do up against the wall. But he's able to hold on to it and try to... Oh! Contact between...
Well, Drabick and McLean have fresher tires than Zach and Jeremy Baralt, so they're going to be pushing the issue with these guys, hoping their tires last longer than theirs.
Yeah, Drabick got into the back of Baralt, really upset his car, but both able to continue forward. So here comes
McLean's got to be frustrated because he's got fresher tires than Zach, but he just can't make that corner dive work to get up in front of him to clear him off the corner, because he really needs to clear out to the wall, and he gets pushy right there, and he just can't make it work.
Oh, contact. Baralt and McLean, that checks both of those out, and Drabick's going to take advantage of it. Dive down to the inside as we go into turn number 1. Oh, so almost some contact between Drabick and McLean. Move McLean back into second.
Well, we're getting some real interesting racing going on up here. Zach's looking in his mirror going, okay, you guys race. I need to just drive around in circles while you guys battle each other.
The interesting thing though, that Zach isn't able to pull away as they're racing.
No, and I don't know if it's by design or by necessity. Those tires are now 33 lap old, and the guys behind them are almost 20 lap tires. So he's got to be taking a line that just keeps him out front, but actually keeps him in the race, because I don't think he can go any faster than what he's got on them old tires.
Here comes McLean back down to the inside. Barely
Zach's
clear.
not going to give him in the room.
I think McLean's going to throw a slider here, and he does. He's going to clear Zach, and I think he's going to start to pull away from Zach on those newer tires.
Yeah,
now that he can run his own line.
Yeah, I believe you're right. We got 50 to go. Everybody out here is thinking, all right, 4 or 5 more laps. Let's get another caution so we go get tires. And another thing to think of, Zach, Jeremy Brault, Eddie Smith, Garrett Kinder, a lot of guys up here are 34 laps in. That's a 46 lap run on fuel. So we're either going to have some really interesting green flag pit stops with other guys that are 14 laps behind them and could stay out longer. So what happens, you get that green flag pit stop, those other guys can stay out longer, caution comes out, that could be trouble.
Well, I don't know how much the chances of a caution coming out are right now, because we don't really have too many people in groups.
A lot of guys on old tires, and those tires are going to start to get really nasty if they haven't already, which may be in turn causing those guys to back off of it and be more careful, which would tend to stay away from any cautions coming out. And with how people are spread out, a one-car spin right now might necessarily not bring out a flag.
Speaking of one-car spins, Zach was just really, really loose. Oh, we got contact between Barol and Drabick. They were able to keep it going forward. But Zach was just really loose all by himself for a second, and he was able to hold on to it.
Yeah, these guys with these old tires. Now, right now, they're wanting. Okay, we can have another. We've had 9 cautions. Why can't we have another one now?
Just saw Baralt working all the way down to the apron.
You know, they could probably with those cautions maybe go 50 laps. I think, depending on how much they were saving fuel. But they're going to need fuel here pretty soon.
Well, let's take a look at the last time people were on pit road, and you can see your stint lengths right there.
And Ryan Pendleton, how long has he been out on those tires? The last time he was down pit road, he was there long enough to get fuel. He was there 6 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't even think you can get right sides in 6 seconds.
You can. It's usually about 8 or 9.
Yeah, so how old are his tires? And he's holding on to 6th position.
Well, I'm going to guess he probably got tires. He's probably got about almost 50 laps on those tires, it looks like.
Oh, more power to you, dude. Still running in 6th. Still running good lap times, too. He was only a 1/10 of a second off of the leader. A little over a 1/10, but that's still running some decent lap times for those old tires.
Garrett Kinder sitting back here in 5th place.
You know, maybe I'm thinking this wrong. Maybe these old tires, with the cool track and everything, maybe it's not as terrible as I think they are.
I think you're right, because as we ride along with Kinder here, when we take a look at the at his input here, he's really smooth on the wheel. I don't see too much sawing on the wheel, and sounds like he's able to get back to the throttle pretty well. So
He actually had the fastest lap last lap. Let's see who has it this time. Eddie A. Smith running 4/10 faster than our leader, and he's on old tires.
then we go back to Pendleton, who's much older tires here. And we'll take a look.
Zach was 2/10 faster that last lap. I wonder what's going on with McLean. Or maybe it's just a product of a faster lap in the draft. Because you can appear to have the faster lap. You can catch a guy, but what are you going to do when you get there?
Nick Veith in the chat says, "Come on, number 51." Rooting on Alex, who's sitting back in the 8th position. A couple cars coming to pit road. Got Brandon Wallace just hit pit road.
Yeah, Brandon's going to try to go all the rest of the way now. He is a gas mileage guy. He knows what the fuel limit is, and he's going to come get fuel now, and he's not going to come back in the rest of the race. If he can stay on the lead lap. Did he stay on the lead lap?
No, it looks like he went one
He did
down.
not. But he would get the lucky dog in case of a caution. So, and if it goes green, everybody else has got a pit, so he could get that lap back.
I think he might be in good shape.
Yeah, that's Brandon. That's his MO. That's how he's in the All-Star race. As a matter of fact, fuel mileage win.
And I think this lead group here is just kind of drafting off each other right now and trying to save fuel. Especially Zach. As we mentioned, about 50 laps of fuel, or about 46 laps is the window. We did have a lot of caution laps, so I imagine we probably go about 50 to 55 laps on a tank of fuel now.
Yeah.
Because you got to figure 1 lap under caution equals 2 laps under green, as here comes Drabick.
Oh, and caution is out.
Caution is out. Steve Loving on the backstretch. Steve Loving slow.
I wonder if he ran out of fuel.
Oh,
Or did he wreck?
we'll have to check right here. It looks like he's under power, so let's bring up our wreckage rewind and see what happened to the 27. Oh, I already kind of see what's going on here.
Oh yeah.
So we got Steve Loving, Todd Schott, and Alex Veith here all running together off of turn number 2. And it looks like just a case of it looks like the 00 tagged the right rear of Loving, sending him headfirst up into the wall here, where there is no safer barrier, and spins it around a couple times, tries to get it going.
He's a bit under power, I think.
Yep.
Either that or he's just kind of coasting. Well, here we go. This got to be the last pit stop of the race right here. Unless we get a late caution, and then that throws it out the window.
Yeah, this is going to change everything as far as strategy goes, as the entire field. I think the entire field's coming down the pit road this time. Brandon Wallace.
No, not
staying
Brandon.
out.
I'm telling you, he's not going down pit road. He's got his fuel. He's going to try to run it out.
So this actually plays perfectly into Brandon Wallace's wheelhouse.
Yeah. Oh, and he's a lap down, so he wouldn't have been able to pit there. So that'll bring him back around. He won't come. I don't know if he shouldn't come in. Oh, he's a lucky dog, so he can come in if he wants.
There you go.
Yeah, so he's going to have to start tail end lead line anyway, so.
So we watch our race off pit road. Zach's going to beat off.
The win. Did he speed? He was moving kind of quick. It's a 55-mile-an-hour pit road here, so got a lot of room.
We'll find out in a second if he gets the black flag here.
He was moving.
Were you able to check that speed there to make sure he didn't speed there?
I am not hearing him complain. No, he did not. So, not sure why Mike Uribe was given an EOL on that one. That's not who got into Steve Loving, so I don't know.
I know Mike's quite a few laps down, and I'm not really sure. Ratchet Miller.
Probably for Mike a courtesy EOL. He's several laps down. His car's in not the best shape, so he's the kind of guy I'll say, put me in the back so I don't mess anybody up.
Ratchet Miller says, stack them up, drive it in, and hope it sticks. That's what we're about to see for the next.
Yeah.
What do you got? About 37 laps to go here.
38, yeah, 37 when we come to the line. We've seen Eddie Smith, Chris McLean. Is this Chris McLean? Yeah. We've seen those guys take that hard, deep dive. Patrick Drabick's done it. I don't doubt anything's going to change. I've seen Zach do it a couple of times. So it's going to be interesting as the leader when you get the jump, when you're out front. What line are you going to take? What line are you, the high line's going to get a run on you. Somebody's going to dive it down deep. Which way are you going to go? You can't guard everything on these restarts at this track.
That's why I like taking that high line here on a restart, because you can run right up against that wall and make sure you don't get passed on the outside.
Yeah. It's an interesting place. You still got a lot of racing to go with 37 laps, so you start taking those dives and they don't work, you're going to be scrubbing your tires harder than the other guys, so it's not going to help you a bit.
Well, pace car pulls off. Zach comes back to the restart zone. Green flag is back in the air. Another great jump for our leader.
This time.
Yep, here comes McLean tucking into the low side. Zach jumps up to the high side. Trying to get that good arc into the corner here.
Oh, and he decided to take it down low. We got cars around that look like Aaron Adcock and Steve Loving got together.
Still going around back here is Pendleton is hard into the wall, spun around sideways.
Maybe it wasn't Aaron. I don't think he's even in the race. I'm sorry, Aaron.
See if we can see what happened to.
I thought I saw 23. It was 28, I believe, wasn't it?
23. Well, it is 23.
Oh, okay.
We got two 23s on the track. Aaron Adcock and Ryan Pendleton. And this is just a case of. Yep, this is just a case.
Aaron was actually the 21 tonight, so yep. I'm sorry.
This is a case of cold tires on the restart. We see Pendleton just goes around, starts going around. Steve Loving kind of sends. Oh, Drabik's getting real loose on the bottom side there too.
Wow.
So a couple cars going around, but Drabik's able to hold on to it.
Cold tire, cold track.
Overcorrect.
Look how many cars he missed, except for Josh Oswald. Josh has got a big mechanics bill today.
Yeah, let's take a look, see what happened to Oswald there, because he was just about through it. And, yeah, he's got no nose there as well. Here comes Brandon Wallace to his inside. Yeah, the 23 just comes down the track, and Oswald just can't see it. Well, we're going to do it again. Ratchet Miller says, you fellas in the booth doing a great job calling the race. Thank you. We do appreciate that. If you're enjoying us, please like, follow, subscribe, depending on what platform you're watching. And join us we have live iRacing 7 nights a week here on Intensity Broadcasting. Tomorrow night's race, unfortunately, has been canceled and pushed off for a week. So we won't have any racing tomorrow night on Monday. But Tuesday night, we've got the Extreme Forces Next Gen Cup Series. They are going to be taking on... Just double checking my schedule here. They're going to be taking on Dover on Tuesday night. Wednesday night, we got the SCSRA Xfinity Series. And if you like some road course racing, join us for that, as we're going to be going to Road America. So I got to start practicing for that because I do run in that league. So that's going to be a fun one. Thursday night, we've got the Thunderstruck Series. And Sam, where are you guys at Thursday?
We are Bristol, I think. I believe we're at Bristol on Thursday night.
Awesome. Friday night.
Be wrong about that.
I know Friday night we've got the Xfinity Series, the Original Rebels Xfinity Series. They're going to be at Bristol, but it's going to be dirty. You heard that right.
I won't get that one.
Yeah, you heard that right. They're going to be racing the Bristol Dirt Series. And look for some of the dirt guys like Kinder and Alex Vieth to have a good run there. Saturday night, you got the Send It Cup Series. And I believe you guys are starting your playoffs that night as well.
Yeah, and Josh Oswald in the booth, along with, I think, Mike Uribe. We've got an all-star booth for that broadcast on Saturday night.
Awesome. And then, of course, Sunday, the doubleheader, the Outlaw Trucks and the Original Rebels Sunday Night Truck Series. So stick around, or check that out. You don't have to stick around from tonight till next Sunday.
Yeah, stick around the whole time. And come cheer me on. If you're out there listening, you like the broadcast tonight, hey, thank you for the compliments. Next Sunday night, I'll be racing in the Rebels Truck Series race. I'm not in the playoffs. My son is, but I'm going to go out there and try to ruin everybody's night. And thanks for having me here on the broadcast. If you liked me, my name is Sam. If you didn't like me, my name is Joe Wright.
I love it.
Hi, Joe.
So here we go. We get the lights off on the pace car. And they come across the line. We'll have just 32 laps to settle it. Zach Wetstein again on the bottom. McLean on the top. Zach goes early.
Yeah, big early jump. Nice jump too.
Yeah, and didn't really catch them sleeping too much as they
Look
were.
at the big gap down on that inside line.
Yeah, big jump down there. Alex Veith jumping up to the high side. Is it really caught the rest of the field sleeping and really spreading out the field right now? Steve Loving and Jeremy Baralt going at it side by side. A couple drivers right there battling for a championship in the Sunday Night Outlaw Series. Oh, Eddie Smith just got around Zach and contact.
And he went into Zach and
Zach
put him in the wall.
Up into the wall. Big contact. Loving involved. Garrett Kinder around.
Guys in this one.
Alex Veith involved. Brandon Wallace. This is a man.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
That was the big one.
Yeah, those guys have been doing a good job on that, that exit of turn 4, keeping that from happening all night. But guess they just couldn't stop at that time.
See if we can see what happened. I'm trying to get the exact dialed in here, and I know Zach's probably not very happy at all.
I would imagine not.
I think the best way to view this one's going to be from the blimp. So let's take a look here to see what happened. As Eddie Smith makes that big dive bomb down into the corner. And I don't think he was expecting Zach to be where he was. But two cars occupying the same space doesn't always work. Off of turn 4. Zach up into the wall. Comes down, misses McLean, but Garrett Kinder gets a little piece of it. Baralt gets on by. Loving, hard contact with Loving. Alex
the
Veith.
Lottridge brake pedal special there.
Yep, there goes Drabick and Veith involved right there. We see the birds flying by. And
You scared the birds.
they scared the birds.
So Zach Garrett, Steve Loving down pit road, getting that faster pair of 4 fresh tires.
And Zach left a lot of rubber there leaving pit road, so he definitely showing his displeasure to those tires. But hey, he had a reset. One of the few drivers out there who had a reset left.
But I believe he's going to come back out like in 7th place. So, and fresh tires. So, I mean, it's not over yet. 30 laps, we're probably about, 28 to go? That's plenty of time.
I hate to say it. I know it sounds kind of counterproductive to say this. That might be the race-winning move right there.
Could be. You play the hand you're dealt, but with that many laps to go, that few cars on lead lap, that many cars involved in the wreck, and you weren't the only one to come down pit road and come back out 20th. So you come back out 7th, as far as, it could have been a lot worse. He's not happy about what happened, but he's still in a good position, as well as Garrett Kinder.
I was going to say, how about this? Garrett Kinder, Zach Wetstein, Eddie Smith, Patrick Drabick, all on fresh tires, all with fresh cars.
Yeah, but Eddie's going to have to start in the back, though, because he was giving an EO.
He was giving the EO. But at the same time, your leaders have over 10 lap older tires.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And
I was wrong. Brandon Wallace did come back down pit road. I think he was involved in something because he spent 73 seconds down there.
And we know that tires have been a premium here tonight as the field is dwindling down in the Original Rebels Racing League All-Star Race here tonight. How about Charles Stevens Jr. missing the front end? That car is not going to get going starting from that third spot. And he's, wonder if he'll pull down to the inside here on the restart, let everybody by, because that car is definitely seen some better days.
And yeah, I had to take my headset off for a moment. My wife is fixing me a drink. I'm thirsty.
I don't blame you.
It's Monday.
It is officially Monday here on the East Coast.
Yeah, she came in. She pointed at the clock. I said, "I know. Please fix me a drink. I'm thirsty."
Chris McLean back to the gas here as we're back green flag racing. And as I just mentioned, Charles Stevens Jr. missing that front end. That car is not going anywhere real quick. And I think he's going to cause some big checkups here off the corner.
Uh-oh. Oh, that was, Zach had to check up out of that. He was in the middle of a 3 wide and it was closing quickly.
Yeah, Tyler Rice had to, almost got into the side. I believe Todd shot right there. As,
So here's the problem. You've got fresher tires than the guys in front of you, but the guys in front of you are racing. And, well, that was a great save.
And they're able to hold on to it, and Zach's going to make the big move down to the bottom.
And you got to make your moves. You got to find new places to make moves. And, well, luckily they cleared out a room for him there.
Yep, we have a battle for the lead for a second as McLean and Brault were side by side. Zach has cleared Kai Shappert. He's going to try to get around Tyler Rice here and then set his sights here onto the leaders. And there's what fresh tires will do.
Oh, yeah. Garrett Kinder gets a little loose coming off of 4, has to gather it up and save it.
And I think Kinder right now might see what Zach's doing and be saying, I'm going to hang back here for a couple more laps, let him burn his stuff up, and then I'll get myself up there as well. Eddie Smith, who had an EOL, already up to 7th place.
Wow. Yeah, and you got to think in Garrett's position right here, he knows everybody but Zach has older tires than him, so he can be patient. It's a lot of racing left. See, that's a good racing move right there. He's not pushing it too hard. He's getting around those older tires without forcing. Well, just when I said that, he didn't look like he was forcing the issue. He took it as it came to him. He didn't go searching for it. But now he's in a great spot. Those two up front have older tires. He's got to stick with Zach and hope they can both get around the leaders.
Looks like Todd Schott has an issue here on the front stretch. And he's rolling now. Don't think it's going to bring out a caution. Well, it looks like he's rolling, so no caution. Let's take a look real quick, see what happened. Oh, he's backwards on the track. Got up into the wall.
Oh, man.
Caught the inside wall, came flying back across into the grass. But no caution.
Well, that's what happens when you spell out your number.
Zach Wetstein now has caught the lead 2 to make it the lead 3, and he has got some red mist right now, and he's trying to get himself up to the lead.
Well, hopefully he's calmed down by now, and he's back into in the race zone, and not in the go back out and drive as hard as I can mode. And he makes some smart moves here. He can put himself back in the lead with them tires.
Yeah, we got a bunch of cars on pit road. Patrick Drabick, Ryan Pendleton, all just hit pit road.
Wow.
Looks like Patrick Drabick might have had some issues.
That's a lot of guys having issues at one time. No caution.
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like Patrick is down on power. That's why he came onto pit road.
Well, Zach's made his way up to 2nd. Garrett's up to 4th. Eddie A. Smith back to 5th.
Look who's hanging out in 6th as he gets a big boot from the 6 of Tyler Rice.
Right. And Alex B.
But your top 3 right now knows the tail. Here comes Kinder, though. And I was saying it, Kinder might have been hanging back a little bit, saving something for this run, and right now,
He's not now.
he's not now. He's making that thing go to the front.
It's wow. I'm not entirely sure, but I think Zach might have pulled out to give Garrett a little bit of a draft.
Here comes McLean down to the bottom, trying to break the draft of Wetstein, but that's going to pull Kinder forward just a little bit, but Kinder's going to have to tuck in behind Smith.
Yeah, that move to try to break the draft really did not help because those two cars were hooked up. They were drafting with each other, pushing up to him. So he really lost time by doing that.
So we got a little 5-car breakaway up at the front. I think the top 7 might be, or top 8 might be the cleanest cars on track.
And Eddie A. Smith and Garrett Kinder fighting for position.
So when they cross the line this time, we'll have just 20 laps to go. Is Garrett Kinder going to kind of hang back here, maybe save his stuff, try to make another run at it? Or do you think he's going to keep trying to put the pressure on Eddie and Zach here?
I think he needs to. Run a smarter line and cool his tires off a little bit. There goes Zach for the lead. Just clears him coming off of 4. And the crossover move, will it work? When you make that slide up, you do lose a little momentum, and you give that guy behind you a little bit of draft air. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get clear of Zach. Zach got his momentum back coming through 1 and 2 there.
Oh, Kai Shepard almost up into the wall at the top of the screen.
Wow.
Just had a couple chats come across. Jonah Colbert says, it says all-star race, but it's more like an enduro. Last car standing wins.
It was kind of like that for a while, wasn't it?
Yep. And Eric Burkhalter says, let's go Mississippi boys. Kinder now looking down to the inside of Chris McLean, and
oh, he's going to dive it in deep. Is he going to try to get 3 spots here?
Oh, he gets up.
That's going to cost him. That's going to cost him what he gained.
And then some.
But the happiest person right now is Zach, because he made all those guys slow down when he made that move.
And I think it was a smart time to make that move. Because you've got 20 laps to go, 19 laps to go, coming to 18.
Yeah.
It gives him enough time to cool those tires back down. And he says, now he can say, okay, that move does not work. So I know I can't try that again.
That'd be a move I'd save for the last lap, maybe.
Yeah, as Baralt now up into the
Hang
wall.
out.
Baralt just caught the wall, and Kinder now moves up into the 3rd position.
I think something going with Chris McLean here. I think he overheated his tires. I don't think he's burned them off, but I think he's back here having to cool them down because that move that he made earlier has got him going backwards.
Don't forget, out of all these guys, him and Jeremy Baralt have 10-lap older tires than everybody else too. We've seen 10 laps. This is that point of the run too, where the tires start to plateau. And for those of you who don't iRace or don't know what that means, there comes a point where the grip just kind of stops being there. The tires, the grip slowly goes away, and then they just fall off tremendously. Like they just hit the cliff.
Yeah, it's like you make your turn the same way you made your turn the whole previous 10, 12 laps, and then all of a sudden it don't want to work anymore. And it comes out of nowhere sometimes.
Yep. So I do feel like the 05 and the 74, their tires have officially cliffed here.
Yeah. The 05's still hanging here in 4th place, and he's still trying to make moves. Look at him diving deep down in there.
Yeah, forces it 3 wide. Kinder almost gets up into Eddie.
There's no room to make that work there.
No, and Kinder didn't want to get up into Eddie, but he just didn't have any room there as the 05 started pushing up the track.
Yeah, I think Garrett wanted to make a deeper run there, and when he started it down, McLean was down there, and then the whole thing just backed up because Eddie Smith saw 3 wide. I think they all 3 might have backed out of it a little bit to keep it from becoming a disaster.
Yeah, we got just 15 laps to go, Sam. With Zach out in front, Eddie Smith trying to chase him down, Garrett Kinder also right there as well. And
hey, I think I see rain on the track. Is it starting to rain? That's the last thing we need is a rain delay. We're going to be here for 2 hours trying to find something to talk about.
Garrett Kinder trying to do everything he can to get back up there. Eddie Smith trying to catch back up to Zach, but Zach in that clean air is starting to pull away just a little bit.
I don't think Zach can get too comfortable. See that with that deep dive move there by Garrett. See where you lose your momentum?
Kinder up into the wall.
Really
Kinder around. Kinder able to hold on. Kinder able to hold on to it, but the damage to that 13 is not going to let him get back up there, and that's going to end the 13's bid at the All-Star win.
Yeah, that dive down in there, you can get a good run on it, but you've got to be able to hold it. There's just not enough track to get off that corner because your car is just going to want to push up, and no matter how hard you turn that wheel left, it's still going to go right. I think Eddie's got another run in him here. I think if he could, he probably would be a little closer, but I think he might be inching up. But I wouldn't relax right now if I'm Zach, but he's running a good line. He's running that first seam like we talked about earlier. Good thing about being the leader in that fresh air, you get to choose where you're going. Yeah. I don't think we're going to be working on any lap traffic. So that'll be out of the picture. So 11 to go next time by. I think we're going to start seeing Eddie make some of them moves. He doesn't have anybody around him. He can run it deep and be confident that he'll have the entire track to get back out to the wall. So maybe he makes a couple of those moves here with around 10 to go to see if he can at least close the gap.
And the lap times between these two have been very consistent between each other. We take a look at that right here, and Zach is. I'm trying to get my timing here. It looks like Eddie might be running just a little bit quicker than. Nope.
That last time around, Zach was 2/10.
Yep, 2/10 faster. So you can see it right there. Zach is running just a little bit quicker.
10th and a half, anyway.
I mean, they're running almost identical times, but
yeah,
Zach able to pull away. Jonah Colbert just asked, does Eddie have right front damage, or is it his paint job?
Ooh, I can look.
Oh, wow, we've got a few laps. Let's take a... With the technology of iRacing, let's find the rear chase here. And nope, no damage on that machine. Looks like it's just the way his paint job looked.
Yeah, that's his paint job.
And Chuck Pegleg Phelps just passed Josh Oswald for the 16th position. With 10 laps to go, Zach has pulled out to just over 1.1 second lead. Got a little battle back here between Kai Schappert and Alex Veith. This is for 6th and 7th.
Well, these guys have got a lot further spread out. I think that Garrett when Garrett hit the wall there and guys checked up, and wow, I was looking at Eddie Smith's car to see for damage. I come back here to look, and it's a big lead now. 2.5 for Zach.
Yeah.
Wow. I did not see that coming. 8 to go.
Great battle on track right here between the 43 and the 51.
So, see, when I talk about something,
Yep.
it goes right out the window because I really thought Eddie had another run at Zach, and it's going to be kind of difficult from here. But if there's a caution, there's one person on this track that does not want a caution, and that's Zach. Everybody else don't care. Eddie's like, come on, give me a caution.
Well, we almost just had one as Tyler Rice was just hard up into the wall, but able to hold on to it. Now we got Kai and Alex Veith catching Garrett Kinder. And Kinder's about to surrender the 5th position. I thought Alex was going to dive to the bottom and try to make it 3 wide, but Alex is going to try to use Kinder as a little drafted partner here to pull him by Kai Shappert. I see Mike Uribe.
And then he's going to run up to the top to get around him. Good move. That was a really good move to follow Kinder through the corner and then come off the corner and get to his outside.
So that's going to move Alex Veith up to 6th. He's trying, though, to get up, crack the top 5 here. Brandon Wallace, currently the last car in the top 10. He is catching 9th place Charles Stevens Jr. As you see, Stevens got a lot of damage to the front end of that car. As Alex Veith now trying to use the draft down the backstretch to get by this 43 machine.
That's a really good run by both of these guys.
Well, absolutely. It's nice to see guys who normally don't have the best of runs in these stock cars. I know Alex is quite the dirt guy. I believe his win came in dirt. But to see him having a great run here on asphalt, up in the top 5.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot better. He came in on a Thunderstruck Super Series on the Tour Mods and the Super Lates, and he came in going, I don't know how good I can do this, guys. I'm going to try to learn. And very first race in, he's top 5. So he's got it. He knows what he's doing.
We got just 4 laps to go here. And now Kai is starting to pull away from Alex, so Kai's going to keep that 5th position for now. Back up front, Zach Wetstein's lead has grown to 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's checking out.
He's not even in the same zip code as Eddie Smith anymore. As we come across the line, we have just 3 laps to go.
I'm trying not to talk about a certain driver at the moment, so that was my luck,
Which one, the 4?
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Back to this battle, Alex Veith and Kai Shappert still going at it back here. Nick Veith says in the chat, what a race. It is quite the race for Alex and Kai here as they're battling for that coveted 5th position. Get their name up on that podium banner.
Yeah, they're trying to make the poster. I got to give it up to Charles Stevens and Brandon Wallace, who just been up and down all night. Charles Stevens was taking that flight earlier, and he's running in the 9th spot right now. That's a good run, Charles.
Yep, 2 laps to go. And again, Zach, his lead continues to grow, now up to 3 seconds. So a dominating performance from the 4 car tonight.
And struggled early. Bad, didn't get them good restarts, or maybe that was by design. White flag out. Here we go.
White flag is in the air. Uno laps to go.
Yeah. Uno. Yeah, I think you called it earlier. Him getting wrecked, going down, all them guys going down pit road, he coming out with 4 fresh tires. That was the race winning move to get wrecked. There you go. Who'd have thunk it?
I wonder if that was his strategy all along.
Yeah, that was, no, I guarantee you it wasn't.
As Zach comes up through turns 3 and 4. Checker flag is in the air. Zach Wetstein is going to be your all-star winner here tonight at Auto Club Speedway. Eddie Smith is going to come home in second. Chris McLean third. Jamie Baralt in fourth. Although we got a battle right here.
Oh,
Alex
battling
Veith.
to the line.
Alex Veith is going to come home in fifth, and they're going to wreck across the line.
That was a great finish.
Incredible. Kai Schapper is going to come home sixth. He's going to be disappointed. Garrett Kinder back in seventh. Tyler Rice eighth. Brandon Wallace ninth. Charles Stevens 10th. And that is all your lead lap cars.
So now we get to see, you think the demo derby on any of our individual races is big. In an all-star race where all these guys know each other, this is going to be probably, now that I say it, it probably won't be anything, but it should be one huge demo derby.
Hasn't this whole race been one huge demo derby?
Well, yeah, but now they can do it for fun. And there you go. The big crunch.
Oh!
Ooh, that was murderous.
And we know Zach.
I'm not even sure who that was, but
that was Kinder.
Oh, it had to be Garrett.
Yeah, and I know Zach runs in VR, so that must have been the best feeling right there.
Oh, Michael Remake comes in and gets his 2 cents in. Is the car still running?
Nope. No, it's done. And Tyler Rice was up in the fence. But let's take a look at your final results here. And we see, whoops, that's not what I want to see. Let's try feature. There we go. Zach Wetstein, your winner tonight. Eddie Smith, Chris McLean, Jerry Baralt, and Alex Veith coming home fifth tonight. Kai Schapper battling back for sixth. Garrett Kinder falls back to seventh. Tyler Rice, Brandon Wallace, Charles Stevens Jr. round out your top 10 and the last car on the lead lap.
And the biggest mover tonight, Eddie Smith.
Eddie Smith.
Started in 25th. Finished second, gained 23 spots.
There you go. And we got...
hey, you know what? I have never had a chance to interview Zach.
Oh, there you go. This is going to be a first for you.
All right.
I'm going to have to give him some hell, though, so just so you know.
Well,
that will be coming. Let's pull in our third place finisher, Chris McLean. Chris, you got Josh and Sam in the booth. You got us?
I got you.
Man, a long race, a lot of attrition, but able to come home in the third finishing position. Those older tires just did not seem to be a match for Eddie Smith and Zach Wetstein at the end. Could you kind of walk us through the strategy tonight? Because I know at one point you had taken 2 tires. And did that work for you in the early run? And would you have taken those again towards the end of the race if you had the chance?
Yeah, it was a little free there on the first lap or two, but I hadn't been long, pitted and took tires, but it was more about the fuel, so I went on in and got topped off for fuel and took right sides, and I figured if I was going to try it, it'd be try it early in the race and see how it worked out, and I actually held my own pretty good. I was able to get up there and get the lead, and but there at the end, it just, I didn't, I mean, my tires wasn't that old. Garrett got into the wall after throwing that slide job on Eddie and bounced off and got into me, and it just killed my aerodynamics on the car. So I couldn't do nothing after that.
Hey, Chris, this is Sam. Notice there a lot of time you were about the only one doing this, really diving deep below that white line in 3 and 4. Was that really any benefit for you? Did it burn off your tires anymore? Did you gain anything out of that? How was that for you?
Nah, I just was able to really get the run off during the heat race. I run that line I led the whole heat race from start to finish, and it's kind of a defensive line, I guess you could say. It don't allow people to dive in on you, but they also don't. You got so much momentum getting in the corner that they can't maintain beside you. They got to run off, but they can't be beside you coming off the corner so that you maintain the position. So just something I figured out and was trying, and it really didn't use up the tire that bad, so I just stuck with it.
Well,
Well,
Chris,
you had a really good run. That was awesome.
yeah, it was a fantastic run for you tonight. So congratulations on the third place finish. And before we let you go, anybody you want to thank? Any shout outs you got to give tonight?
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to Man Motorsports, my team over there. They do a good job, and a lot of practice goes into it. My wife and my kids for allowing me to be able to do this and have fun, and everybody at Rebels, man, they put together an awesome league, and y'all in the booth, intensity. Josh, I do a great job. It's always fun to go back and watch the broadcast. And that's pretty much wraps it up.
Man, I appreciate that, and I enjoy coming out here on Sunday nights and watching you guys go at it. And hopefully, as the season goes on, as the playoffs start next week, we talk to you again soon.
Thank you, buddy.
So that was our third place finisher, Chris McLean. Let's bring in our second place finisher tonight, Eddie Smith. Eddie, you got Josh and Sam up in the booth. You got us?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, not too much, man. I know disappointing coming home second tonight. Didn't look like you had the tires there at the end, but overall, a great race, especially getting that EOL from the Wreckwood Kinder and driving your way back up through the field twice tonight because you are also the hard charger tonight as well.
Yeah, let's celebrate that. Yeah, that's definitely, definitely not happy about that. I'm watching it over and over again, and I feel so stupid. I was way too far back to try to make that move. I just hadn't been aggressive enough all race to really practice. Been just trying to ride up front, stay up top, and just kind of hold my position. And so we already talked to Zach. We're cool, but I still want to apologize. It looked stupid on the broadcast, and I wrecked a bunch of cars. So. I wish I could wreck somebody and them just bounce off the wall and that'd be it. But every time that I get into somebody, it's the whole field. And so I just want to apologize to everybody that was a part of that. I know it's a fun race. I don't, there's no joy in that for me at all. So apologize to everybody that got caught up in it.
So go big or go home.
No, I should have just stayed small. Go medium. Sometimes stay home. Sometimes go out.
Hey, Eddie, this is Sam.
Hey,
It was a good run tonight, and we know, and everybody in this league knows how you race, and that was not a dirty move on your part. May have been a mistake, but uh, everybody makes them. When you made that run down through the corner and you started to drift up, did you, in the back of your mind, think Zach was running a little higher line because he had been running higher, or was you repeating some words that we probably can't use on the air as you were drifting up?
yeah, it was just one of those things where you go down the corner and you kind of this is your decision. Like the way this car is packaged is so silly, and this track together just make frustrating racing. But it's one of those things where you just kind of commit, and I committed. And once it started pushing up, and I realized that I wasn't going to make it, I was hoping that he would go out a little bit, but regardless, I mean, I was once you lift, it just pushes more. So it's like a weird. You're trying to like tap tag the brake a little bit, left lift, trying to get it to get off of him, and it was just too late. So
It's like it has a mind of its own and just wants to keep going. Well,
yeah,
Josh actually called it the winning move of the race to get
yeah,
wrecked and go get those tires and
yeah.
charge back up through the field. So maybe you actually helped him. Maybe
Well,
you can find some solace in maybe thinking that you helped him win the race.
well, yeah. The fact that he won makes me feel a lot better. But the guys who are caught up behind it didn't get to finish. So I still feel about it. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna quit being Sully. It was a good race. Thank y'all for broadcasting. It was a lot of fun to be a part of it.
Thank you,
But
Eddie.
I just wish that didn't happen.
Well, before we let you go, anybody you got to thank? Any shout outs you want to give tonight?
Yeah, I think Griff, Garrett Kinder, Jonah Colbert, those guys really spearheaded. And I'm sure I'm missing somebody, so I apologize. And pretty much all the admin, but guys who spearheaded this All-Star race really put it together. It was fun, and it was glad to get everybody together and race and under one roof and one series. So just super glad to be a part of it. Always honored to be racing around these guys. So I just want to thank all them and thank y'all for broadcasting. Sam, it's good to see you in the booth again.
Thank you, Eddie.
See you guys.
Have a great one, Eddie. So that was our second place finisher, Eddie Smith. Let's bring in our winner tonight.
Who's that?
That'd be Zach Wetstein.
Do I know that guy?
I don't know. Do you know this guy?
Probably.
I don't know. It's just stopped letting me pull people out. There we go. Zach, you got Josh and Sam up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you.
Man, congratulations with the win here in the All-Star race. We were joking about it, and I'm going to say it to you. I said the winning move of the race tonight was getting wrecked by Eddie Smith because it allowed you to get in there, get some new tires, and drive yourself up to the front. I know you probably weren't happy when that happened, but looking back on it, do you think that kind of helped you out there at the end?
Oh man, me and Eddie we're buddies on here. I didn't really. It's just an all-star race. I wasn't too upset. So I mean, yeah, literally all I did when it happened is I was just talking to Discord people, and I was like, not clear, and that was it. And I just said, all right, we're gonna go get this quick repair. We're gonna get tires, which really didn't matter honestly, but. And we're gonna make moves. Me and Kinder, we immediately said we're going 3 wide every chance we get. We're going for this thing, and it worked out a little too well, but I'm glad it worked out and able to finally beat Eddie Smith in something.
Finally beat the alien. Congratulations. Proud of you. Good run tonight. It was fun being able to call you in a race and actually get to interview you. So, the tires, how bad a fall off were they? Because we were thinking early in the race that tires were going to be a problem late because you stayed out, had like 30 lap tires on the one run where everybody else came in, and they had a lot fresher tires, but it looked like you were able to hold your own there. And you were getting towards the end of that fuel run, I think, when the caution finally came out. How close were you to having to pit under green flag?
So the tires, I mean, I think it was like a 15 lap difference. And there was, if you even had 5 laps of difference in your tires, it was going to be bad. So we stayed out to save Visette, which didn't end up mattering, but it did kind of matter at the time. And yeah, if you had 5 to 10 laps older tires, you had a disadvantage just because it's such a big track. It's a bumpy track, old one. And fuel wise, at the end of that run, I think it was like 10 laps iRacing, so maybe 6 to 7 laps left. And I'm just glad it came out because I was about to start getting run over because they were finally starting to have an advantage. But I appreciate the congrats.
Yeah, I think I actually said it. I think the happiest guy on the track was you at that moment when that caution did come out. I had another question, but I think now I've forgotten it. But congratulations. It was great to be able to interview you after a race.
Yeah, I'm glad to. Thank you to both of you, first of all. I know we haven't gotten to shout outs, but man, it was a long race tonight. It would have been a long race anyways with it being 133 laps, but I think we had like 13 cautions. So shout out to you guys for getting through that one.
Yeah, plus all the heat races too. So no, it was
yeah, there's that.
But it was an enjoyable race, and I know Eddie said that this car and track combination was a bit frustrating, but it really kind of showed the cream of the crop tonight as you were able to pull away there at the end. So before we let you go, anybody you want to thank? Any shout outs you got to give?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you guys for broadcasting tonight, along with that Intensity Broadcasting. Seth Griffith, who kind of runs the league now after Matt stepped down a while ago, and he's done a great job at it. Put a great thing together tonight. All the admins, everybody who was in the race tonight, everyone who watched. It was great racing around these guys, and like you said, it was just, or like Eddie said, it was a bit frustrating at times just because of dirty air, but we got through it and had a fun race. Yeah, you, Dad, my mom, and just everybody that supports the league.
Well, congratulations again on the win. I know you can win, unlike your Colts and your Yankees. So that's really good to see.
You had to add 2 teams this time.
I did.
And the Colts won this time. Like you can't do that.
They haven't won yet. Two games tomorrow.
No, but that's the last game we go to.
Okay, touche. But how about the Red Sox, huh? But
Oh man, the Red Sox got helped out by the umpires,
yeah.
so that's all we'll say.
I knew I had to give a little crap there tonight. Yeah.
Quote unquote ground rule double. Okay, I'll give it up.
All right. All right. All right. I like it. But again, congrats on the win. And as the playoffs start next week, we hope to see you do well through the playoffs and go win yourself a championship.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you guys.
Have a great one.
You too.
Good night.
Night.
I have to take my shots when I get them. So.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I had to sit over here and be quiet for it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
I'm not a big baseball fan, but you start picking on my Colts.
hey. Yeah, I know. Well, congratulations again on Zach and all our winners tonight. Don't forget, like, follow, subscribe. Again, I know if you didn't watch the women's race tonight, don't forget to donate to the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. We're trying to raise some money for them for a great cause, as it is the month of October, and it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so we do want to make sure to mention that as well. And Sam, you have anything you want to say before we sign off here tonight?
It was great being able to get back in the booth again. I appreciate you letting me get up here and talk my stuff and make me act like I know what I'm doing. It made it doubly great that my son took the checkered flag. That was awesome, and I got to interview him. This is an all-star broadcast for me tonight. So thank you, and thank you your fans. And if you guys want to support me on Sunday nights, Outlaws, give me some shout outs in the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat, and push me up there.
Absolutely.
I'm looking for fans.
Absolutely. We got to get on the 98 fan club here. So again, congratulations to Zach. Thank you everybody for sticking out with us here tonight. Don't forget, like, follow, and subscribe, whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And join us on Tuesday night for the Extreme Forces Next Gen Series at Dover. And as our boy Atlee Hatman Weiss would say, over